everything to one ungrateful Nigeria. We must resist the false suggestion of greedy thieves posing as our leaders whose only vision is to own a mansion in Dubai. Neither shall we fall for the error of old men dreaming past personal glory. Let us reassess our condition rationally and boldly. Let us define the direction of our own future. Let us choose what we believe is the best for us and our children and fight for it. We and our youth must think for ourselves and give direction to our history. The world has changed and we must change. We are not less than 90 million in population. We are the largest black nation on earth, even without Nigeria. We must never remain stagnant and blinded by fake arrangements. Colonial nation states arrangements like Nigeria are fast losing relevance. The world is dealing in regions make up of a real mutually comparable group of people. Every great comparable group of people are striving to be truly represented in regions. Each mutually compensable people or compatible people wish to, directly without acrimonious hindrance, exploit the opportunity offered by regionally organized global worlds. Each also wish to enrich the world, preserve their common heritage. This is the reason for anti-colonial self-determination struggle across the globe, from Europe to Asia and from Australia to America. The Igbos traveled and mingled among free nations. No power on earth will stop them from dancing in the rising sun of growing freedom of people away from the stagnant historical dustbin of nation statism. They want to face the world on their own terms. We, on our part, must not continue to be victims of short-sighted local helmsmen who cannot think beyond what those that imperial masters had contained by force of arms. If our parents were ruled by them, we must never accept their ghosts to rule us via greedy hosts. 90 million people, are they larger than 60% of individual nations in the world? We will not be the poorest. We will not be the weakest. We will not be isolated. In fact, we will be the biggest in Africa and among the richest. So why all the self-imprisonment in an old, moribund, no longer safe and no longer relevant, called Nigeria? Every wise man, when given the choice of saving the house or the family, should certainly choose to save the family. So I chose my people. I want them to be free anywhere in the world, including India, and I want them to be in control of what is theirs at home. So I chose my people. Isn't that beautiful? Well written by an Hausa man, by a Fulani man. I don't know whether it comes from Fulani or whatever. His name, like I said, I repeat his name again. He is here. His picture is here. Quite interesting because he actually spoke well, you know. And I wish that we have 10 or 50% of them thinking this way, there will be no problem. Call Damwazu. Well, sir, I commend you for what you said because you're making sense. You're waking up. I'm happy. I wish that most of your leaders, like that midget they have in Kaduna, I want people like him to think like this. But they won't, because you know something? There's always food on his table. He is enjoying himself. His children are studying somewhere outside the country, in Dubai or whatever you have them. We know that. And all sit down there is lorded over you. That is what we are talking about, freedom. Freedom of our people is more important. And the man chose his people. I don't blame him. He chose his people and he has a right to. What he did is something that is very, very commendable. All right. He's telling them that, we can make it without these people. Let us break up this nonsense that the colonial masters created for us. Let us go our ways. We're not going to be the poorest. No matter what happens, if you start something, eventually you're going to... Anything is better than the Nigeria that we see today. I don't even know why anybody is thinking that anybody is going to suffer. Nobody will. The mistake has been made by that idiot called Gowon. Like I said before, he's still alive today. He's not going to die. He's going to stay here and see the mess he has caused. I'm sure he has. Because guilty conscience, that's why he's carrying about the Bible today, becoming a man of God. Who to God don't care. If everybody can be a man of God. You don't need to worry yourself being the man of God. All you need to do is go out there and apologize to Nigerian people and tell them the truth of what happened. Reveal it, open it up, because it's the British people that put you in that predicament. And there's no way you can get out of it, honestly. You cannot definitely get out of it. You are in it already. Your conscience is pricking you, is bugging you. That's why you are running up all over the place in the name of man of God. Christianity. You're just yourself, lying to yourself. You have a choice. The choice is go out there and apologize to the world. The lines are open. You can make your calls at 669-204-541, 845-344-7984, 929-406-9953. Please be very, very considerate when you're calling. Just go straight to the point, say what you want to say, so we can take as many calls as possible. A lot of people lose out. Even yesterday, had to cut somebody off because they were working beyond the time. When the line is open, nobody talks. As soon as one person starts talking, everybody wants to come in at the same time. This is Radio Biafra. Call us. The line is open.
Friend, and I hold British citizenship. Only upon a clear pronouncement of the intentions of that very court, which I suggest to them, should be free of any interference from the executive, will this very case move forward. The circumstances surrounding the invasion of my house, the invasion of the home of His Royal Majesty, is Israel Okukan. You must know that my father's name is Israel, and it means a lot. Going forward, there must be guarantees by the international community so that this case can proceed, and I will prove once and for all that there is something fundamentally wrong with the brain of those that run Nigeria, because I will demolish them in a court of law. For now, let me restate my position that I committed no offenses known to law. What they are charging me with doesn't exist, and they know it. I have no weapon. My only weapon is a microphone, and my courage that Chukwu Kabiama gave me. But it's up to those who persecute me to see reason to call their troops home. Let me state also categorically that IPOB worldwide is committed to the liberation of the land of Biafra from the shackles of tyranny. And we will not relent until a referendum is conducted. If you want us to do anything with you, if you want us to conduct form of participation in whatever it is that you're doing, there must be a referendum to decide the quest for self-determination for Biafrans. That is our red line. It is not negotiable. Intend to achieve our goal through any means recognized by national and international laws. My fellow Biafrans, my compatriots, please indulge me to sincerely thank the State of Israel, the persecuted Jewish community in Biafra land, and and Israel and worldwide, who through their prayers and actions contributed in no small measure in assuring my physical safety and well-being. May Chukwu Okike Abiama bless the land of Biafra. May Chukwu Okike Abiama bless the land of Israel. Our destiny is before us, and nothing is going to alter that very path. South and South are one. There is nothing like Niger Delta. There is nothing like South. There is nothing like Southeast. All we have is Biafra. Our mothers in Akwa Ibom protested. Our mothers in Iguacha protested and are still protesting. Okonko is an Anan culture. Abariba people are descended from Akwa Ibom, Ibibio land. Ekpe is of Efik culture. But you find all these things in Igbo land.
Stakeholders, and to allow people in Anambra participate in the governorship election on Saturday, November 6th. The group warned supporters of IPOB against attacking voters in Anambra under the guise of enforcing the suspended sit-at-home directive. The group, however, maintained that they remain committed to the agitation for secession and called on the Nigerian government to give them a date for a Biafra referendum in order to decide where they belong. Well, let's take a tweet from Tunde, who wrote, "These folks are a bunch of jokers. History repeating itself." The same thing Kanu told his gullible followers prior to the 2019 presidential election. But he changed his tune 2 weeks before the election commenced. Obviously, money has changed hands.
Yeah, right.
Some of us know what time it is. In the meantime, as the Anambra governorship election draws near, amid fears of voter apathy, it appears some party officials have taken it upon themselves to encourage voter turnout, as we'll see in this video, where a man is seen giving out money and beverages to residents. Let's take a look.
Thank you,
You know what the guy was saying? Unengwe voters card. Some were giving 400 naira, some were giving I mean, come on, this is so.
Oji.
I mean, it sounds funny, but it's unacceptable.
Oji, it's very honorable. That's Nigeria for you. I'm in pain. I'm in serious pain. That's the country we have built.
Yes.
And you see, when we don't get it right in elections, people ask how. But that's it. We have built a country where we have weaponized poverty.
That's right.
Yeah.
Look at citizens of a country that produces oil, that has natural resource, that is said to be the giant of Africa.
That's right.
Look at the citizens queuing up just to get 400 naira and a can of malt.
They've sold
to
them.
exercise their franchise.
Correct.
So there's no even dignity of human life. That is Nigeria for you.
Yeah, but I have a counter argument though. You can hire during the campaign, collect their money, but vote for us. So I always find that really shocking when it's said, and it has been said repeatedly,
Yes.
acknowledging the fact that money will exchange hands. You cannot stop it. But I thought it was actually funny. Did you see the little boy that didn't have a voter's card?
Yeah.
And the gentleman handing the money smacked him and said, why didn't you say thank you? So the person who's committing an electoral offense is telling somebody else, mind your manners. I just found that really odd.
There's another argument to that too. Why don't you collect the money and vote for the candidate of your choice?
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say.
Very quickly, the law is very clear.
Yes.
The Electoral Act says very clearly that before the election, during, even after, if you engage in any kind of electoral malpractice, you can be sanctioned. And I think that in the amended Electoral Act, there are even stronger sanctions for electoral malpractices. The question is who will enforce what the law says. Clearly, I was surprised you didn't call out the particular political party involved, so I was okay because the party colors were quite clear. So you know whose candidate's interest is being promoted. And the gentleman committing the offense was recorded. In the age of technology, in the age of social media, you really cannot hide. If you go out there and you commit an offense, look at him. He's a living being. So I hope that the relevant agencies will try to investigate what he's trying to do there. For people, the average Nigerian voter is very cynical. And this speaks to the alienation between the people and their government. And also the distrust, in the political class. The assumption of the average voter is that, look, politicians remember them only when they need their votes. So you can go there, tell them you will provide the electricity, you will take care of healthcare, you will do this and that. They're not listening because they've lived through a process whereby these politicians get into positions and they only take care of themselves. They don't remember the people. So the people will say, okay, whatever is available, bring it. When you get there, we know you won't remember us until the next election cycle. And that's why I think a lot needs to be done in terms of voter education, voter mobilization. That if you sell your vote, then you will suffer for it for 4 years. You will lose the moral right to hold your leaders accountable. Absolutely. Because you've been paid off.
Absolutely.
So that is the problem we have in Nigeria. The monetization of politics and the reproduction of that at all levels among the people.
Very well said. Thank you all again for your amazing analysis. Have a weekend. That's all I have on what's trending.
All right, that was I just brought in this because they're sharing money. But the truth is, this is Anambra election, yes. Worse things happen on the federal election. It's a norm thing. They subject you to abject poverty and hunger. Then you go out there and stand in line and collect 400 naira. But a voter's card or no voter's card, the man even struck maybe at the back and said, I know you don't have voter's card, but when you go tell your mother, the mother should go out and vote. These things happen every single day in that zoo called Nigeria, and that's why we want to get away from there. We want to leave that place so badly that there's no reason for us to be there. More than saying us, look at the children that are lined up. These are the futures. These are the people who are to rule that country in the next century. They are futures of they are youths of tomorrow, whatever, leaders of tomorrow. That's what they call them, right? But these people collecting 400 naira, you think they are not going to do the same thing when they grow up? They are seeing the bad thing and they don't see anything wrong with it. And I know when you go there, you won't remember me. So just give it to me right now, the way I am here. Now that I'm seeing you, let me take it now. You can go there tomorrow and forget about me. For them, it becomes norm. I was talking to a friend of mine who said Biafra is going to be like that. I said, no, Biafra will be like that for a time. But do you know something? When you start having children in Biafra, you start teaching them so many things. They grow up with it. I have a 3-year-old grandson. When he's going to jump the bus in the morning to school, he has to stand on the line. He doesn't jump the queue. No. It's never done anywhere. They start learning it from childhood. We don't learn our own now. Our own is like once you be Alhaji and you get big belly, you can jump the queue and go to the bank. People are online. The sun is beating them. You don't care. You just because that's the way you grow up. That's what you grew up to find. That's exactly what is happening with this man that is giving them money now. Those little boys are going to think it is normal. Caller, good morning. Have a call on WhatsApp. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yes. Good morning from here, Master Peter. Can you hear me?
Welcome to the program. Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Peter. I thought maybe you are saying something else. So I disrupt you. I'm sorry for that.
No,
Mazi, thank you for having me, and thank you for what you have been doing for Biafra. I say, Mokike, be your strength forever. Mazi, allow me to appreciate our leader. The man who stands strong to defend his people, his legacy. I say, may your days belong on this earth. long live Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, long live IPOB, long live the States of Biafra, also Mazi, long live ESM. Mazi, what I want to ask before I comment on this your program, Mazi, I think DOS or HOD is coming on air today or tomorrow to enlighten us about our leader coming to court on Wednesday. I don't know whether you know anything about it.
I'm not briefed yet, but I know they will definitely say something because we have to know our situation on the trend. So possibly today, tomorrow, whatever day, I know he's going to come up and say something.
Okay.
Just keep listening to radio.
Yeah, okay.
Get the information.
Yeah, I do that because many have been calling accidents. I don't get any idea for that. Okay, Mazi, before I say Mazi, see, it's high time now DOS or HOD have to do something. What I'm saying, Mazi, if I'm going out to a point, please call me back. What I'm saying in essence is this. There's many people that not belong to IPOB. They are in social media using IPOB and Nnamdi Kanu doing sort of things, believing that they say they are attached to IPOB. They are attached, not to say they are of IPOB. They say, I am attached to IPOB. How can you be attached to IPOB? And you are not, when the institution that the leader of indigenous people of Biafra put on, you are against them. Whenever they put something, you come and counter it. Whenever they say something, you go against it, and you say you are attached. You know the meaning of attached? Attached meaning if you stay behind. If anything goes good, you say, yeah, I am there. If something goes bad, you say, I'm not there. That is the meaning of attached. You can't attach to this global movement, and you are against what the institution of this man put on. Whenever they bring something on, you go against it. Mazi, it's high time DOS have to take illegal action against these people. The person I mentioned, you know his name. You know what he's doing. It's not proper, Mazi. It's not proper. Some people say they are a Christian. They are following Jesus. Why are they against the Jews? And Jesus they are following is a Jewish man. Are you against the Jews? Are you saying you are a Christian? You are following Jesus. Is it not hypocrisy? You said you are attached to IPOB. But when DOS put something, when they say this is the way we are going to go, you come against them. You can't tell me what they're saying. Say they're not right to. They don't have the DC to do it. So you are. If you want, go and do your own. You cannot stay with this saying you are attached to them, and when they give order, you can't tie it. It's not possible. It's high time now DOS come up to take illegal action against this guy. They give this guy time. If he continue what he's doing, I can't tell what DOS is doing. It's high time if we take serious action against this guy. Let this guy go open his own. Let's see how many people will follow him. He attached to IPO. That's why many people is listening to him and think that he have followers. Now lie. He's not having no followers. People listening to him because of he says he had to IPOB. It's a follower of Nnamdi Kanu. Why is he not? This guy is something else. We have to take serious action over this guy because it's not possible now. We cannot be doing like this and this guy doing like that and you say he attached to IPOB. It's not possible. It's high time now DOS come up to take illegal action. If they give this guy time, if he continue doing what he's doing, let him go and open his phone like which Fan Co. They have opened, is it Biafra or Human Rights Biafra? I don't know. How far? Let him go and ask them how far. Because he think that he have follower because he say attack to Europe. He's a follower from Nnamdi Kanu. That is not true. We have to do something for this guy. Enough is enough. We have been waiting to see whether this guy will change. He do not want to change. We have to. Man, I'm sorry for taking your time. Thank you for having me. God bless you. Thank you.
Yes, you're all right. Like I said before, time will tell, my brother. You say, know how angry you are. I understand that. The feeling, but you know something? You cannot succeed where you did not reap. Anything you're doing in this world, when the end of it is how you start. What was the beginning? What did you want in the beginning? If you are not honest about what you're doing, you're going to fail. There's no doubt about it. Going to court or anything. Let me give you a very good example. There are so many societies that I know. When they start, the whole world is against them. They call them all kinds of things. Some say they are cult, they're this, they kill people, they drink blood, they do. For instance, these things have been on since I was born. happen to have lived or grew up in a building that was very close to a lodge. I hear my parents talk. When I'm talking about growing up, I see adults discussing these people. But you know something? The people keep moving. They are doing what they are doing. They call them secret society. They call them everything they call them. But the point is that go to the office where my parents are working. They are their bosses. Go to the church. They are the people that give the greatest amount of money on the bazaar. But we're still criticizing them. They didn't end. Christianity, let me take that for example. How many years is Christianity? When it started, do you think it was easy? People will fake and fake, but the fake will all fade off. The fake will eventually pass on. So let's not worry about these people. They can pretend all they want. In the end, about us making a go mile. Let's not worry about these people trying to talk about them and giving them the publicity they don't deserve. No. Let them ride on. Call Nnamdi Kanu, I am on his feet and I'm on his head, I am this, and you do something else, you will pay. I'm old to tell you this. I know, because I know I have seen out of experience that you never succeed in reap. Everybody that is in IPOB today thinks that he is somebody because people have known you. They have called your name, Nwachineke, and you think tomorrow you want to go and open up your, go start. No matter how you pretend, people are watching you like a hawk. We are all watching. There are people who don't call my station anymore because I see in them fraud. I see in them, I wouldn't say fraud, deception. All they need to do is to be heard. And the problem is Nnamdi Kanu recognizes them and that's it. And they think they have landed. Come on, forget about it. It's all tired and the bolibo. I'm telling you. Which of my didn't start the first of breakup. We have Irwanya, coordinator of all coordinators, when they're talking about this. The other one, what's his name again? Mio. People that will think that they are everything. When they left, who left with them? No. Nobody. So why do you have to worry about them? Let them continue. Everything they do now is doing their own glory. They can say whatever they want to say. We are not challenging. DOS. They are not in competition with anybody, to be honest with you. The moment you start looking at these people, it means you are competing with them. And it's not worth it. You know, you are big, you are what you are. We recognize you. If they are doing it because they want to challenge you to make sure that you look like you're small, don't worry about it. Our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is the one that gave you that job. And as far as he is the one that gave it to you, and you are doing it because under his name, we are with you 100%. Anybody can go to hell. The hottest part of hell. Go there and stay there and do whatever you want to do. Let it not be a problem that we want to think about because there's nothing to worry about it. Caller, good morning. I have a call coming in on straight line. No, principal officer's line. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Good morning from here. Are you there? All right, I don't know what happened. That line off, it came on and went off again. All right, like I was...
Divide and rule tactics of the colonial era and the internal hegemonic tendencies of Kowari One North have perpetuated these historical distortions. IPOB stands on the truth. We do not move from our position.
I have a call
and our position
is principal officer's line, but that call is let's see, signal. Okay, call is coming on signal. Caller, good morning. Are you there? Caller, good morning. Caller on signal. The line is open, but I can't hear you.
Hello?
Yes, you're online, you're live, sir. Can you hear me?
Look at me.
I can hear you loud and clear. Okay, drop off. All right, let me take it on another line. Maybe that's why. Caller, good morning. Caller on signal. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Yeah, Dr. Ike Peters, good afternoon from here.
Welcome to the program.
Yeah, Mazi Ike Peters, my name is Amazi Akas. I'm calling from Austria, and I am the IPOB National PRO. Mazi, thank you this morning for all your good works and everything that you have been doing to make sure that Biafra is actualized. My prayer is that Chukwu Kabiama should bless you and bless your family, bless your children, because it is not easy serving Biafran people. And the same go to my leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the man who have sacrificed his life to die for our sake, to make sure that we Biafrans will have good life. Chukwu Kabiama, please keep on guiding and protect him from every hands of the evil ones and from all evildoers. And help us that very soon he will come out to join us to raise this flag of Biafra, which all of us is longing for. This is my prayer this afternoon from here.
Yes,
in the name of Chukwu Kabiama. Mazi Ike Peters, I hope I'm coming out loud and clear.
Let's round up.
Okay, Mazi, I concur with you. I agree with you. We know that there are many mad people who have came in the name of IPOB or trying to, attach themselves with what we are doing, with what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu DOS has been doing. Biafra started since 2050 today. They just came in 1 year ago or 1.5 years ago, trying to present themselves as if they are angels. But today, all Biafrans have seen that these people didn't mean good for us. So I concur with you that DOS has they can't give these guys a chance. They can't even respond in whatever they can talk from here to Jerusalem. Right. DOS is bigger than whatever these idiots are talking in social media. Right. Because the more DOS begin to give them attention, they will have more wings to fly as if, yes, DOS has responded. They should continue to do the needful. What they are doing, they are watching their backs. We support them in whatever they are doing. Yes, but we, the IPOB members all over the world, we are watching guy very closely. And we begin to identify where he's coming from. Tomorrow he should not come and tell us that I don't know what I'm doing. He's doing, and it is intentionally doing. He came into IPOB to destroy what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has built in the name of I am a disciple of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. May God beside this guy. Any day he will come out to tell Biafrans, please forgive me, I was ignorant. We can't forgive this guy because he's going out. The chain, the tie on his neck, he's losing it. He should concentrate in whatever he's building is enter Biafra. Go and form your own if you think that what DOS is doing under the leadership of Nnamdi Kanu is not good enough for you. Please go and form your own. Carry attitude that you have gotten through IPOB. Carry them and go. Form your enter Biafra and fight for Biafra. Then, if you can get off Biafra, good and fine. Let's see how we can be able to be Biafra. Is this ranting on social media? What can this guy be proud enough to say this is what I've done to get Biafra? Not even, it's only to create platform. And he uses it to be collecting money from people, getting money from YouTube. Is it the only thing he's doing? What else has this mad guy is doing? I don't want to call his name. He knows himself. But we want to let him know that Biafra have really finally know where he's coming from. And we are going to deal with him. He will get it hot. Let him ask God how right to destroy IPOB. How far? Let him go and ask. Mazi, this is where this is my submission here. This is from the here in Austria this afternoon. May Chukwu bless you. Bless you. We are not trying to deviate, but we have to call a spade a spade. I know. Thank you, Mazi.
All right, there. Well, thank you very much for your call. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. Let me tell you a little story that will connect what I'm trying to say. I remember
today. And I said, let me command.
Something is interrupting me. All right. My mother, or my mother especially, I wouldn't say my dad, My mother particularly didn't welcome the idea that I was playing music, and I was a musician at the time. She was doing everything in her power to stop me, wanted me to go to Soka and the rest of them. But my father, being who he is, one day was hearing another woman discussing with my mom about my life, about the way I'm performing and everything. And the woman that he said something like, you know, I saw him, I went to where they were performing, and he's doing, it's kind of, I don't even know why he chose to become a musician. And my father said, so what did you go there to do? And the woman said, no, my brother came from overseas, and we all went there as a nightclub, you know, to entertain, to watch. And my father said, so you were dancing to the music that he was playing? And she said, yes, they play very good music, but my father said, you are the one encouraging him to continue. If you don't go and dance to his music, he will not continue. These people that are talking, the disciples of this, the disciples of that, we don't have to. I don't listen to none of this. I don't even have enough time to search for something, you know. Naturally, I don't even follow. Sometimes they send me these things, and the moment you send it to me, I push it away because you're not making any sense. You were not appointed for the job you're doing. Good thing you're doing. If your business brings us more people, yes. But somebody can be friendly, tidying, showing you his teeth, but he's mischievous. There are those of us who know how to decipher these people when they come. We see them come in their different colors, and we know when they start where they are going. So, but if you go and listen to them, and you keep on listening to them, you are the one inviting them. You know, you're buying that firewood that will that eventually bring a lizard to your house. So when you stop listening to them, believe me, they're wasting their time, because we know that IPOB is so strong that no single person can do anything to derail what we are doing. All right, caller, go and call and tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, Dr. Ike Peters.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you so much, my brother. It's unfortunate that you started a very wonderful program. My heart was so elated. I was feeling so good, and with the clips you played, particularly with the one by Dan Muzzle.
Yes.
The guy who was saying, whether it's a Fulani or Hausa, yes. He used the word Hausa Fulani. And then all of a sudden, we found ourselves again in the same melee like yesterday, when people will go to the destiny and start bringing us all these things. If that guy says it's attached to Biafra or IPOB or Martin Nandekano, all you have to do is ask him, sir, could you explain what you mean by attachment, or how you are bringing it? These things have, it has dominated everything we have, which you played, including the news media that are analyzing the reason why they shut down and everything. Yes. You know, so I'm not spending time on that. I'm going to be into this numbers you said. My brother, you see, these people, they know exactly what the problem of Nigeria is. But unfortunately, just like that one pointed out, and we have been pointing out, there are people that are benefiting from this one Nigeria.
Yes.
You know, the people at the top, and it cuts across the whole of Nigeria. In the east, you have the people that have sold themselves as subservients to the northern House of Fulani because of the effect of the war. They attach themselves in order to progress in life. They gave them contracts. They awarded in contracts. Somebody like Arthur Eze, all these people, all these millionaires you have in Igbo land, they went to the north. They were given several contracts. And then you have politicians also. They picked the worst kind of the Igbo land and made them politicians, give them money, because we had no money when the war ended.
That's right.
So they were the ones that, you know, are now at the top of the political echelon of the Igbo land. They are the ones who are holding us where we are. No matter what we do, they will continue to hold us down. And this man is also saying the same thing. The Northern has practiced feudalism. They practice feudalism. That's why you have Algeris everywhere in the North. They cancel people down. After once they give them plates and send them out to become Alamajiri, and they go around, go to the human's house every morning, and they give morning in the afternoon, comes on their name. And these people are sending their kids overseas to go and study.
Yes, right.
Ahmadu Bello and his kid to study abroad. The same thing with the Emir of Kano. Sanusi, he was sent up to study. He acquired education. They didn't make him and now these people now do not understand what these people are doing to them. They would bring down a lifestyle in the whole of entire Nigeria so that everybody becomes a. You see these people, they contrast when they appoint our government. They tell them you don't even have to, if you like, don't develop anything. As long as you are with us, no problem. They will never ever question how they spend the money they are giving to their land. And people are catching up with all these tricks that is being done. And when Madam the Kano came. So someone as a threat to what they are trying to establish. As a matter of fact, they ended up having one political party, which is APC. That's what they wanted to do. So if you belong to the APC now, that will decamp. They always decamp because that's where the Fulanis were going, to make APC a one system in Nigeria. And once that is entrenched, that's it for us. You can never have anything else to do. These are things that we should be dealing with. And for the people that are making noise about why we cancel our election, our no sit at home, well, we have to tell them this: we made that law. We can change it anytime we want. Yes, Nigeria has a law that they don't obey. They don't obey court orders. They don't obey anything. They should go and worry about that. IPOB, when we make laws on what we want, we can decide to change it, and we don't care how anybody feels about it.
That's right.
If anybody wants to know why we change it, let them go and listen to the broadcast of our leaders and the reason why they change it. It's as simple as that. We're not going to listen to them, and all these people that are going around, you go listen to all these side talks, splitting hair, and we want us to just divert everything we are doing and start talking about some irrelevant guy who is at himself to IPOB. Go and ask him to explain what he means by attaching himself. We're not going to let it here to you. Thank you, Dr. Peter.
Well, thank you so much. This is Biafra USA too. We're still taking calls at 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984, 929-406-9953. Like what I was trying to say, if you don't listen to me, you won't talk tomorrow. So yes, I don't. I'm saying you should not. Shouldn't be like me. One thing I assure you, one thing that is guaranteed, 100%, is that they will all fall on the wayside. They're not getting anywhere. Just one day, boom, is forgotten. It becomes history. I told a story of myself. I'll give you a story about myself when I first came to the United States. When I first came on a visit, actually. Then was of my career. I was doing well. You imagine that a record company will pay you such a great amount of money. You travel, go to London, go to other places. When I got here, to this New York particularly, one day I walked through the Church Avenue. For those who live in New York, what I'm talking about, Church Avenue is quite a long, Ocean Avenue is quite a long avenue. I moved from Church Avenue on Ocean all the way up to go towards King's Plaza, about Avenue U or thereabout. And that was the summertime. People were walking in the street, and I was, going, looking at faces and looking at shops. And as I was going, nobody ever said hi. Nobody ever looked at me as if he recognizes who I am. But here I am, doing in Port Harcourt, where I used to live. I was kind of Michael Jackson of Port Harcourt, to be honest with you. I was all over the place. Those in the 70s will testify to what I'm saying. So I built that ego on my brain that I was somebody. Until I got to Ocean Avenue and nobody else. And I'm not talking about, the first thing that came to my mind is, wait a minute. This is my career that I'm doing right now. I am the superstar today. They've seen me. This is the way it's going to happen after a couple of years, because nobody, today I'm talking about, nobody even recognizes who I am anymore anyway. So the truth is, these people think that they are something. Those that started, Nnamdi Kanu didn't start alone. He had people that were working with him. They ask our big names, coordinator of all coordinators, the whatever this of that, Irina. As soon as they left Nnamdi Kanu, it didn't take 1 week, we forgot all about them. So why do you people worry about something anyways? Keep doing what you are doing. We know where we are going. We know where we are going. I'm not exaggerating. One of the most popular pastors in Nigeria was the most criticized one. But you know something? He kept doing what he was doing and became bigger than all of them put together. So we know what we are doing. Forget about people. Don't go. If you think what he's saying is going to distract you or annoy you, please stop listening. You don't go and drink the medicine that will turn your belly, and then when it turns your belly, you want to bring it to Radio Biafra to disrupt what we're saying. That's what Ben was just trying to explain. I started this morning because I was trying to show you guys that there are people who are beginning to think properly. This man is a governor, and a very good thing that he said. But all that is pushed aside because we want to talk about people who don't have anything better to do with their lives. All right, caller, good morning. Caller on straight line, name, calling from. Oh boy, that line just dropped. Okay, he was calling when I was talking, so he will call back. Call us back, caller on straight line. If you're ready, anytime you're ready, call. So like I was saying, I started work this morning. I'm not blaming anybody for earning his opinion, but my advice is if you don't earn his opinions, there's no way I can advise you. You can ignore these people because there's nothing that they say that will make any sense to anybody. They have no plans for themselves. All right, caller on straight line, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
I'm working assiduously to restore the kingdom of God on earth. No. I am Mazi Chinemere Mobiku. I have from Abadin local government, Biafra land. Mazi, may God bless you.
Bless you.
Biafra is the kingdom of God. But you know, there's one place that scripture says that a carnal man cannot understand the things of spirit. Yes. I strongly believe that, yes, some people are full of carnality, not spirituality or intellectual. You know, Nnamdi is a divine, and the IPAP is a divine. As na annual Romelu Ikugu or by Ijijirari, that is what IPAP is. And nobody will stop it. IPAP, but now you take 100 and something years to know how you restore Biafra. And if some people think that you are very smart, you can speak a grammar, you can read and write, so for that you can do. You cannot do this is a divine project. You know, only more man, with your matter of your jealousy cannot quench the spirit to choose whom you want to choose. There is nothing anybody can do. Rather, all those people that jealousy Mazinda, or many of them, all of them are going to perish. All of them are going to die. We are divine, and those people afraid Uzaga, simple as simple. Earlier people understand it, and whatever headache, you see one anyway. Earlier people, you know, some people think that when Biafra come, they every time they modify the message. Some think that all how the position when Biafra come, they don't understand. They don't understand it. So that's why and I'm not interested for that book. But what I want to say that we are more democratic than Nigeria. We are more democratic than Italy is a British. What Britain are doing to release their citizens, no, rather than full of hypocrisy and turning things around. But it's just talking rubbish. What the is not so no matter what, now the action have come and gone. Now, what remains still remains. Nnamdi is in the DSS custody, not in prison or not in the prison, in the private sector. Now, Britain just keep mute. People are talking position, talking sit-at-home, talking rubbish in the social media. Is it we cannot? No, it's not, and it can be. So no, like it. Even there is time in the scripture, and just what I say, make God you serve. I and my family have choose the God who I will serve. Or even on the calendar, you open on Facebook here, follow Facebook. Already right and the state. Follow the letter. I was also go my. That's where we are. That's right. There's nothing anybody can do. Need to stop it. There's no anybody and stop it. So anybody talking about Facebook or comedia broadcasting in Facebook, I am not saying. What I know that Mazin can come out that what I am interested is the freedom of my father's land, Biafra. That is what I want. So any other person that talking rubbish, let him be on his own cup of tea. So we are not afraid of these people. Not everybody will be alive. Not everybody will die. No matter whatever they are doing, we are not running. This land must be established. This land. What we are telling them, see Wednesday, let them release Mazin. That man is an innocent man. That man is sent by God. That man is going to destroy many people. That man you people are holding is anointed man of God. Yes. People don't give care about. That man is going to destroy many people, many evil things. That's all these things. We are not afraid of them. Mazin, may Elohim bless you. We are here. God bless you.
Okay, God bless. All right, this radio for Silken Calls at 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984, 9940699553. We're still talking this morning about a man's name that said something very interesting. You know, they're giving us a historical narrative, the way he understands it, that everybody will survive. It's trying to stop us from getting our independence or from being free. It's not going to save anybody. And Nnamdi Kanu is like a thorn. It's a thorn in their flesh, and there is nothing they can do about it. By the way, what happened to Lai Mohammed? Nobody have heard from him in a while. Is he okay? I hope he's okay, or he just run out of words. He doesn't know what to say anymore. Everything is, according to him, is suspect. Everything is suspect. It's not suspicious, but suspect. All right, I have a call. Let me take this one. Caller on Principal Officer's line. Good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, my brother. I'm Joe calling from Kuwait.
Welcome to the program.
I just want to use, thank you. I want to congratulate GOS for their decision. We support them wholeheartedly. And I want to use this opportunity to thank the Biafra land elders, genuine elders, as the DOS put it, who are really working very hard to release to ensure that MNK is freed from the dungeon they kept him.
That's right.
So I want to just say one thing to encourage them, that they are doing the right thing. And it's not one that when the new day comes up, that is when the journey begins. And wherever it is not too late to start. So why I'm saying this is for them to, those of them who have not changed their mind, to bear in mind that with the system of Nigeria today and all that, the lifespan of every human being in Nigeria is better. And so the average 50 and below who believed in Biafra so much today will become an elder tomorrow.
Of course.
So at the end of the day, the circumstances or the situation will not change. By the time we will become the elders who determines what happened in our land, this whole thing that we are fighting for now is still what is going to be in our heart, and that is what we will fight for, and that is what we be.
Yes.
So I want to let the elders know that Biafra will be, and it is the right thing for them to know and support the move. Now they are alive and put their name in a good record for Biafra. Don't feel that because you are an elder, you want to sabotage the Biafra effort. At the end of the day, you will go. Biafra will come. How did you think we will view your name? We want you to support us. We are. If you feel we insult you sometimes, it is because what we are expecting from you guys are doing as our first. But if you do the right thing, you will see the turnaround, how we come and show that love that you really deserve for us. But for you to end that love, you need to work for our future. If you did not do it, you are only delaying it, because it will still come by the time we will become the elders of tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much. This is Radio Biafra. You can call us at 646-920-4541. Yesterday we dropped back in the time. We pushed our back. So this morning I started by 6 o'clock in the morning, and we have a few more hours to go on the run before we call it a day. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. Call us. The lines are still open. 646-920-4541, 845-344-7984. It's 929-406-9953. All right, I will take a very short break, and I will be back with you in a minute.
It's very important. Without referendum, nothing will happen. They are registering little children in the north as usual. They are doing all they can to hold the people down in bondage. IPOB will not participate in such charade. It is not possible. We are civilized people, and we play by civilized rules. There is nothing anybody can do to sway the IPOB following this path of total liberation of the land of Biafra. It is sacrosanct. It is not negotiable. My fellow Biafrans, as I've always said to you before, and I will continue to reiterate, those of you that stayed the course during my absence, my enforced absence, those of you who diligently pursued the path of truth and of hard work and of discipline and application will be rewarded with the coming of a free Biafra. We're not like other people, because as I once reminded you before we came, there was nobody like us. Now that we are here, they pretend, they copy, they emulate, they fabricate falsehood, but they cannot be like us. Long after we are gone, they will wish we lived forever. IPOB is very special, exceptionally special, the largest mass movement in the whole world bar none. And we did it because Chukwokika Biama is with us. We did it because Chukwokika Biama created IPOB himself. And we are here to pilot its affairs. We will not prevaricate. We will not stop. We will not slumber until Biafra is fully restored to its former glory. Anybody in doubt as to our resilience and our determination is mistaken, not only misguided, but needs to see a psychiatrist, because we are not stopping. I am a Nnamdi Kanu, and I don't stop until I get what I want. Thankfully, my enemies know this, and they know what is to come. I thank each and every one of you from the bottom of my heart, and I wish to remind you, all of you that played a very pivotal role in defending justice and fairness, like Pa Ayo Adebanjo. These are truthful people. And I must also add Prime Minister Bibi Nehu, and I must also wish me a very happy birthday. All the forces of darkness must crumble before us. And let me assure you that I am coming, and nothing can stop Biafra from reimagining. Absolutely nothing. Let me close by saying this. Everybody should pay particular attention. In my distress I cried unto Elohim. Adonai El Shaddai Chukwokika Biama Purimi Henino Farose. I'm not an idol worshipper. Chukwokika Biama will kill me any day I do. I came to Jerusalem You call it Jerusalem.
Name and where are you calling from?
My name is Mazai Peters.
One program.
Well, thank you very much. Chukwu Emmanuel is my name. I'm calling for my location. I greet you once more, Mazai Peters, for your effort on this journey.
Thank you.
The clip you read out from the Hausa man, this is just to prove that our leader came out with the truth, and a lot of people have understand the meaning of truth. You can do everything to hide the truth. One day, the truth will wake up and people will see it and believe on it. The Nigeria, as they call themselves, the foundation was laid on lying. That lying, the Bible said, all liars, their portion is hell fire. And then Nigeria is by now. Until they understand this truth, because some few people like Obasanjo, like Tinubu, like Imawu Iwanyang, many of those group criminals, they are the people stealing the whole money with Fulanis, making people to be poor. Fulanis, they don't know how to develop human being. What Fulani knows is how to steal, loot, destroy everybody. Fulani have succeeded to destroy outside race. They made outside people to be like a dustbin. And that is what they want to send to all corners, to the south, so that people will be a slave. You can see what is going on in the way they are saying they are voting. They are giving people 200, 400 naira, 1,000, 10,000, whatever money. So that they will continue deceiving people in the name of one Nigeria. But my happiness is that the truth of God, people have read it. I wish radio Biafra will be open more, especially in Igbo land, so that people will hear the truth. Because when you are hearing Nigerian news, you become ashamed. Because the worst thing that happened to Nigeria is there are many things inside Nigeria wrong. The religion is one of the worst, because they are giving people, promising them to go to heaven, while people is already on hell in Nigeria. If they start to tell the people the truth, people's eyes will open. They will know where they are going and where they are coming from.
Thank you.
The politician is there deceiving people. The media is the worst and the worst. They are deceiving people. They don't want people to know the truth. So I hope with time, when Radio Biafra can circulate as many villages as possible, people will know what is happening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. This is Radio Biafra USA 2. I'm reading something here that seems high. They are complaining about the APC government is complaining about about the election in Anambra State, that they're going to go to court. See, what they're trying to do is create the same scenario that they created in Imo State. Let them go to court. I can read it here. Let me say exactly what I say, what I read. He said, somebody said, I am doing this press conference. Dave Umai is saying this. I'm doing this press conference for the whole world to know that there was nothing like gubernatorial election in Anambra State. There were lots of electoral malpractices during the election by APGA candidates and the sitting governor, Willie Obiano, and will not be accepted the outcome of the Anambra result. The Anambra massively voted for All Progressive Congress, APC. Why can't you people just sit down there and tell yourself the truth? Only Anambra they vote AC. I can hear you. Don't even talk about PDP, talk about APC. But APGA desperation in retaining power in Anambra has subverted the will of the people, and this cannot go unchallenged. All right? We urge the people of Anambra who voted for the APC to calm down, as we are on top of the issue and must make sure that justice prevails. The will and the wish of India Anambra must be respected, and nobody can deny India Anambra that opportunity. Just the same thing that happened in Owerri when the will of the people was imposed by the Supreme Court. That's where you're going, isn't it? Bruno Bia, we are waiting. Anambra is not easy now. Anambra go and try. All right, I have a call coming in. Let me take this one. Call on.
Hello.
Principal Officer's line. Good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Master. My name is Innocent. I'm calling from Ekime.
There was the program.
So, Mother Peter, I thank you. I thank you people for. I thank you people for. I thank you people for efforts about our restoration of Biafra. It's not around. You people are carrying the spirit of our leader, because it's only all people the broadcasters, it's people that we hope now. Because whatever I hear from Radio Biafra is what I used to, what I will hope for. So I'm thanking people for now effort, and God will be with all of you. All of you will remember generation to generation. Because you people are doing marvelous work. God will be with you people. Thank you. I agree to my leader, Martin Namdekan, for his so God will protect him whatever he is. God will protect him well. Thank you. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you so much for your call. Let's see what can you that today is the 8th day, 9th and 10th. It's the 2 days our leader will be in court. And I expect that the DOS or the HOD will speak to us. I don't have any briefing towards that for now, so I can make an announcement and tell you exactly when he's going to do it. But as soon as it comes in, we are going to let you know. Obviously, we expect him to talk to us before the 10th so that we'll know what to way forward. Our leader is coming to court the 10th. You're very much aware of that. We know, and we are waiting. Yes, you do. Right then from there, but I'm sure that the HOD will come on air, like I promise you, probably today, tomorrow, any day before the 10th, to tell us exactly which way forward from the day our leader is going to go to court. I have a call. Let me take this one. Caller on WhatsApp. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Hello, Mazi Ike Peters. I greet you, my brother. I'm calling from my location. My name is Uche. I greet you, my brother, for your efforts all over the world. I greet you, people. Mazi Ike Peters. I hope I'm coming out clear.
Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Okay, Mazi, please, Mazi, forgive me. I was angry with DOS when he make this announcement of canceling the sit at home. I was so angry, but at the time I come to realize. You understand me? I come to realize, and And I sent a message to my command here in my location, tried to let him know what was going on, that I am sick since Dios made this announcement. And later he called me back and explained to me, you understand me? I really understand what is going on. And to say sorry to GOS for being angry with them. You understand me? That we are in this struggle together. You understand that I really acknowledge them and their knowledge. I share them and wish them good luck to move on from this struggle. Much. That is why I called on this radio. I greet you all, Biafrans. Oh, hey, Biafra. Oh, hey, Biafra. Thank you, Mazi.
All right, thank you so much. You know, like I said before, I said it yesterday and I'm saying it again. Everybody had the right to be angry. The next day, I didn't broadcast. You remember? Because I was like, what am I going to be saying? I was blaming myself and I was not blaming myself. But the truth is that's why, like I said yesterday, when you tell somebody something, it goes, let me sleep over it. You know, when you sleep over something, that means you calm down, you listen to it, and you try to analyze it. You discover one thing. One thing that was very pertinent in the whole thing is this. Whatever things that was made by DOS. And DOS are the ones that cancel it. So why do we really have to get angry? That's the question. You didn't tell them what to do. You didn't advise them. They surprise everybody by what they say. And if along the line they discover that there is something, and they have the right to change it. If it is something that we ask them to do and they're doing it, they did it and we all welcomed the idea. That's the truth. We all welcomed it. We embraced it. We gave them kudos. Then when they canceled again, why don't we just sit down and ask, now wait a minute, what is going on? So getting angry, that is why sometimes people out of anger, they go to commit crime, something that will haunt them the rest of their lives because they did not sleep over it. HOD, DOS, they are doing exceptionally well as far as I'm concerned. Their job is what they are doing. Just do yours very well. If you do yours and mind your path. I remember one time we were going somewhere, my wife was driving and she's like, the man behind me is following me too close, he's honking. I said, madam, just face your front and drive your car, forget about him and take care of himself. The moment he thinks that you're trying to take care of him, that's when he becomes stupid. Nobody, when it comes to driving, believe me, if you concentrate on your own part, you will do very well. It's only when you want to think about what the next person is doing, then you get in trouble. Caller, good morning. Caller on Principal Officer's line. Good morning. Caller on WhatsApp. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. There's a noise at your background. There's a noise at your background. Tell your person that is talking at your background to please move away from there so we can hear you. Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
My name is Nanyere. Nanyere is calling from Russia. Mazia Peters. I must tell you the truth. I'm very angry with the decision they take because this council office is getting obviously this is the second time and I'm still getting angry.
Are you understand? One of the people that asked them to do it in the first place to order they sit at home?
Well, I'm not the.
So why?
I'm not the one that tell them to because when they said it, I'm already called my people at the village and told them that they'll be sit at home. This is the second time. Then we come back and say they have cancelled it, and maybe some shadow where they are going to go, they cancel it. You understand? Because I sit at home. Yeah. But that one is bygone. Okay. So what I want to say is this. I like my brother that called us. There is a particular man that normally call from London. This is Radio Biafra. And we meant to advise each other, not to abuse each other, not to abuse people in this Radio Biafra. I want to appeal to you people that always anchor this Radio Biafra.
Did anybody abuse anybody this morning, or you're talking about the past?
I'm talking about the previous one. Always the man call. He continue abusing people in this Radio Biafra. I want to plead with the man. The man is hearing what I'm saying now.
No. You have to be very specific. Because see, one thing about the same thing that I had an argument with somebody yesterday. When somebody talks, when you say abuse, the tone of voice doesn't mean an abuse. It can be an advice, but it depends on how you take it. If I don't know who you're talking about, because I know maybe we're talking about the past, but what I'm trying to say in a nutshell is that if somebody's tone of voice is harsh, you don't call that abuse. That's the way he talks. Just like you're talking right now, I don't know you before, I've not met you before, but I will not say because it is harsh, therefore you are abusing. No, that's not true. If criticism is good, everybody accepts it.
Okay, maybe let me agree with you. Maybe.
Yeah.
Let me agree with you. Maybe the way he talks, you understand, because normally several people will come and say their opinion. I just want to tell the person that we should be coming down a little bit. Thank you very much, Aishitas.
All right, thank you so much. Radio Biafra USA 2, we're still taking calls here. I have a call coming in on WhatsApp, another call. Call on WhatsApp, good morning. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. All right, your line, okay. Your line is open. Tell us your name and where you're calling from. Call on WhatsApp. All right, you just hung up on himself. I don't know why you did that, but we're listening to you and we're expecting you to say something. So my brothers who are complaining about people are being abusive. I don't. Advice is not an abuse. Sometimes when somebody tells you something, it might be very, very unpalatable. It might be something you don't want to swallow. Then all of a sudden you call it abuse. It's not abuse. It's just the way he's trying to make corrections. And no, I don't know who you're talking about, to be honest with you, because I'm like a hawk. I was looking out for people who want to insult other people. I don't allow that. But when you come and you give a very constructive advice, some people, like I said, the way your tone sounds, your voice, the way you raise your voice, it happens in this country. Sometimes people are talking to you, especially the Americans. The first thing they'll tell you, why are you raising your voice? You're not raising your voice. That is how you talk. I have a conversation with the police people, and he pulled me over, and I said, what did I do? He said, why are you raising your voice? I'm not raising my voice. That's how I talk. So later he got convinced. He said, where are you from originally? I said, well, somewhere they call Nigeria. And okay, that's how you people talk. I said, yes. So raising your voice does not mean you're trying to be abusive or you're trying to insult anybody. No, you're just giving an advice, and that is the way you sound. We'll take constructive advices, and there's nothing. Call good morning. Please turn off your music on your back. Put my voice on your background, please.
It happens in this country.
Call us.
Is it okay?
Yes, it's okay. Yes, welcome.
It's okay?
Yes, sir.
Good morning, my Peters.
There we
go. Thank you very much for taking my call. May Elohim bless you. Thank you very, very much. And I want to use the opportunity to greet our leader, Hazan Kukano, where you are. Three books are for you. Boom, boom, boom. God will bless you anywhere you are. Nothing will happen to you. The Fulani are only joking. They're only playing with you. But God Elohim will let them know who you are. But they never know. But God Almighty Elohim is the one that will let them know who you are. Time is coming. Mother Peter, thank you so much for picking my call. I want to use the opportunity to advise our people back home. The whole Anama people, the whole Igbo people, anywhere you are in this world. The whole Igbo people, the whole Anama people, anywhere you are in this world. Igbo is now in a very, very big problem. Yesterday, the Fulanis are gang up already in the Igbo trying to kill all their farmland, all the women killing people. My sisters and brothers, anybody you are from Igbo, you are from anywhere, we have to make sure arrangement and how to fight them back. We have to make arrangement to fight them back. The whole Igbo people is now in a very, very big problem. I'm trying to call anybody know you are from Igbo or from Anyoma, anywhere you are. You must have to call your people back home because Igbo is in a very, very big mess right now. The whole Fulani is killing the women and putting their cassava farm from Igbo. So, and another thing, my sisters and brothers from Igbo living in Italy and Germany, before we say we want to install transmitter so that our people will be hearing this radio back home. But all of you keep quiet. Nobody wants to do anything. Who they come again this time?
All right, I don't know where that music is coming from. I think from your background. All right, we'll come to the end of today's program. Unfortunately, he was talking and the music just caved in, maybe from his background. All right, it's time to go off the air. We have to wait. Stay tuned. Don't go away because Mazi Alozie is next. This is Radio Biafra, and I would still like to remind you to be sure that Biafra, as you all know, is our religion. And Radio Biafra is where we worship. Good staying.
Trade, any interference from the executive will this very case move forward. The circumstances surrounding the invasion of my house, the invasion of the home of His Royal Majesty, is Israel Okukan. You must know that my father's name is Israel, and it means a lot. Going forward, there must be guarantees by the international community so that this case can proceed, and I will prove once and for all that there is something fundamentally wrong with the brain of those that run Nigeria, because I will demolish them in a court of law. For now, let me restate my position that I committed no offenses known to law. What they're charging me with doesn't exist, and they know it. I have no weapon. My only weapon is a microphone. And my courage that Chukwu Kabiama gave me. But it's up to those who persecute me to see reason to call their troops home. Let me state also categorically that IPOB worldwide is committed to the liberation of land of Biafra from the shackles of tyranny. And we will not relent until a referendum is conducted. If you want us to do anything with you, if you want us to corrupt any form of participation in whatever it is that you're doing, there must be a referendum to decide the quest for self-determination for Biafrans. That is our red line. It is not negotiable. We intend to achieve our goal through any means by national and international laws. My fellow Biafrans, my compatriots, please indulge me to sincerely thank the State of Israel, the persecuted Jewish community in Biafra land, and Israel, and worldwide, who through their prayers and actions contributed in no small measure in assuring my physical safety and well-being. May Chukwu Kabiama bless the land of Biafra.
Restrictive and uncomfortable and very degrading, and I think also it's indicative of what he passed through in Kenya when he was renditioned there in late June 2021.
So apart from the widows, nothing again to see?
Before his rendition, Nnamdi Kanu was receiving treatment for a heart condition called heart murmur, and of course he has an extreme form of hypertension. His medical report is a matter for public consumption through the facility of the processes we filed in that regard. He was receiving treatment in Texas, United States, back in February this year for that. And when he entered Kenya time in May, he also made contact with a hospital in Kenya to treat these conditions. And these conditions persist. And our thesis, our position is that the DSA's facility is a poster exemplar of what detention facilities in Nigeria are like in terms of inadequacy of medical facilities. I don't believe that DSA's facility has the competence or the medical competence to take care of his medical condition, which we consider life-threatening.
Okay, now we don't finish for the appearance. Many Nigerians want to know what happened inside the court during the trial. Even doctor people, journalists, were supposed to bring that information. They don't allow some of them enter inside the court. So you fit tell us what happened for inside the courtroom before and after the panel did not get.
What happened was that it took a little while before they brought him inside. So when they brought him inside, it wasn't in chains. If you recall, on 29 June 2021, when they presented him subsequent to the rendition, he was in chains. He was in manacles, and that's unconstitutional. We shouldn't be doing that to suspects. Nigerian Constitution says you shouldn't. The Supreme Court of Nigeria said you shouldn't. So anyway, on 21st October, they didn't. So he wasn't in manacles. He wasn't in handcuffs. So he walked freely inside the confines of the courtroom, and he received salutations from his counsel and gathered other people who were in the court, and we had opportunity to have photo opportunities with him. We snapped pictures with him, and it was a more relaxed atmosphere from what it was the last time he wasn't presented in court. It wasn't raucous, it wasn't noisy, and only few people were, of course, allowed inside the courtroom, and I believe that had more to do with the COVID protocols. Of course, the prosecution made a presentment of the amended charges. If you recall, they had amended these charges a few days to the hearing, and again they did another amendment which I considered more of sua sponte on the spot, and of course there was no opportunity that the defense has. I don't think within sufficient opportunity to go home and study these charges to see how our client would respond to them. But again, the judge wanted a plea to be taken, and that's exactly what happened. So a plea was taken, and I don't think that has prejudiced the challenges, the constitutional challenges we have to this case, which will come up on the 10th of November.
Okay, on Friday, the Attorney General of the Federation, the Minister of Defense to Abubakar Malami, he will press conference on Friday, and me too have been there. He read plenty things where Nnamdi Kanu and the IPOB do. Some of the things we talk, he say, in some accuse for Nnamdi Kanu, say instigate violent attacks for democratic institutions like correctional centers, police stations, INEC offices, and others between October 2020 and June 2021. As Malami talked this thing on Friday, you don't tell your client Nnamdi Kanu about this latest development.
You have asked me this question now about the press conference that was done by the Attorney General on Friday. It's quite surprising that a day after these hearings, I think it was a day after or 2 days after, the Attorney General saw the occasion to address a press conference, that is diametrically removed from what happened in court. You see, Attorney General should be reminded that, despite his duality role under Nigerian Constitution, he's also the Attorney General of everybody. His job is not regime protection. His job is to uphold the law and see that justice is done to every Nigerian citizen, and even foreigners who happen to find themselves in Nigeria. What he appears to be saying on Friday is akin to saying that the witch cried at night and the baby died in the morning. Therefore, the witch killed the baby. You see, he read off all these allegations without substance. He never presented any evidence. And we have this particular one concerning the NSAS protest. We had commissions of inquiry across the country, particularly in Lagos, and I think they had one in Imo State as well that I know personally about, and there was nothing from any of these commissions of inquiry that returned an indictment of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu or IPOB in the aftermath of the NSAS protest. So That accusation was made in bad faith, and it's intended to poison the minds of the public and also to prejudice the mind of the court as well. It's a highly prejudicial interview, and we are studying the contents to see whether there is going to be any legal reactions that should come from our side.
Okay, we never finished with the accusation. He also say on 21st October 2020, your client do online calling radio program for when use Radio Biafra to instigate IPOB members and end such.
Wait, listen, I understand the question. You see, this matter is sub judice.
I want to break it down.
No, I can't allow us to go into an excursion of what is before a competent court of law in Nigeria. If the Attorney General doesn't want to keep the rules of sub judice, this is a matter before the court. If he has any evidence that our client was caught up in any wrongdoing or criminality, he should know better than anybody else that the proper forum for presentation of that evidence is a court of law, not calling press conferences. So if the Attorney General is preempting the Nigerian jury, if the Attorney General is disrespecting the Federal High Court, I will not play that game and stay here and disrespect the Federal High Court. I will wait for him to come before the court with any evidence that he claims to possess, so we can meet him in court toe to toe. If there was any radio program, a respected medium like BBC could have been aware of it more than my humble self. The Attorney General with any radio program. I think there was something about a radio program that was monitored in Enugu, not in Abuja. And you begin to wonder, what is Mazin Nnamdi Kanu doing, facing a Federal High Court in Abuja? He should be facing a Federal High Court in Enugu. So there are just so many issues here bordering on prosecutorial misconducts of the extreme degree, and these things will be ventilated better within the confines of where we have the privilege of ventilating these things, which is the courtroom. I should not be seen to be subjecting or succumbing to these antics by the Attorney General of subjecting Mazin Nnamdi Kanu to a media trial. You said the press conference was on Friday. Today is Saturday. So I'm telling you, we are studying the contents of the press conference to see whether it is necessary for us as lawyers to join issues with him in the media or to wait for him in open court. Well, that brings me constitutional action that I brought on behalf of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu before the High Court of Abia State. That action, as you all know, is called Fundamental Rights Action. And same Attorney General has filed an application before the High Court of Abia State requesting for extension of time to respond. So why did he now turn around, instead of responding to the suit that I filed in Abia State or filing whatever he has before the High Court in Abuja? Now he turns around to come before the media to be spewing out all these accusations that lack substance and material evidence. So that is the question. The question, again, I'll repeat, is if the Attorney General has something that he believes to be cogent and material, he has a forum where he should present those things, and that forum is not before the Nigerian public, but the courts of the land, which are now considering the various processes that are ongoing before them.
You were responding to the action by the Attorney General of the Federation, when he talks, Nnamdi Kanu provoke IPOB members and ESM members to carry out the killings of APC chieftain Amebula and the husband to late Didi of NAFTAC, Dora Akunili, Mr. Chike Akunili, say he now instigates IPOB and ESM members to carry out those things. How do you react?
Well, regarding these accusations by the Attorney General that Mazin Nnamdi Kanu instigated certain killings, including that of Dr. Akunili and the APC chieftain and the others, the unrest that we have in Anambra State at this point in time. That's what I think he's referring to. that we have charges in open court. The Attorney General have filed charges that don't contain these allegations. So I think the best place to address these allegations, or if he has any evidence, is the courtroom before the Federal High Court. Coming to the Nigerian public to begin to adduce new allegations that are different from what is before the court, I think it's far.
Now maybe talk about what's concerning this and the Anambra elections. The elections will happen November 6th. So when you think about the democratic dispensation of your clients as it relates to the November 6th election for Anambra State?
Well, you see, there are more important issues in Nigeria than elections. Elections can come, but those issues will remain. The issues are clear, that a lot of people who are Nigerians are no longer happy being Nigerians. It doesn't make them unpatriotic. It doesn't make them criminal. One of the ways citizens express their unhappiness with the system or with how their country is going is by engaging in agitations. And my clients happen to be engaged in agitation. And agitation is informed by their right to self-determination, which is not a crime. I don't think criminalizing the demand of a people, of millions of people. You see, this is beyond IPOB. The restiveness in this country is also rampant in the western part of the country. And parts of the north are also restive. I'm not talking about the terrorists in the north, but civil restiveness. So it indicates an overall unhappiness that is coming from the majority of Nigerians with the way things are, with the way the system is structured. And that is something that does not deserve a bullet. It does not deserve prosecution, which is now turning to be a persecution. What it deserves is dialogue, civil engagement, constructive engagement. That's the only way in the position where everybody will be comfortable with, for a new Nigeria that would ensure equity and social justice. For if somebody is, I don't want to be a Nigerian anymore, it's not committing a crime. And that is why you see this slew of nations around the world being very understanding of the matter and offering political asylum members of IPOB. Number one is Britain. You see, if what IPOB is doing is legal, is criminal, why would a major power like United Kingdom consider that IPOB members are entitled to asylum in UK? You see, the basic requirement for asylum all over the world is guided by this. Anybody that possesses a well-founded fear of persecution simply because he possesses, he types to a political opinion the government of the day is wishing to suppress by means of punishment, that qualifies you for protection, for refugee status, for asylum status. IPOB members have bound across the world as people that possess a legit political opinion, which that the government of the day is to supply point of so. That is what I live here is bigger than any election. And anybody that is asking you for a referendum is conducting the work of the law and for war. You shouldn't face with war. Referendum is a civil demand, and it had produced very good results in the Federation of Nigeria itself. It was created the fourth region of Midwest. And outside of it, it was a referendum that they took western from Cameroon, Nigeria, and gave it to Cameroon, and took the former Sadana province of Cameroon and gave it to Nigeria, the present day Adamawa and parts of Taraba states. So what we're talking about here is not a situation that requires the government to prize the levying of violence against the people that are not violent.
Okay, now election you know that he don't give any order, say the member who vote for the election for a no, why he don't talk say no election will vote for the southeastern region.
I can tell you on good authority that what concerns Nnamdi Kanu at this point in time is this question. The question is that the prosecutor, the Federal Republic of Nigeria, has lost her jurisdiction, her authority to try him in court because of the extraordinary rendition. This is what he's confronting right now. Nothing compares at all. That is the most important task at hand, that someone would be subjected to such flagrant violation of international law and the municipal laws of Kenya and Nigeria, and then you think you can subject that person to trial? No, you can't. This is what concerns my client Nnamdi Kanu at this point, and that's what we are dealing with.
So, what did they try to say? The Anambra State election no concern them at this time.
What I'm trying to say is that the matter of the moment that the Nigerian public should concern itself about is what happened to him. If it's not important, I don't see why a very strong, advanced, powerful nation like United States should be filing something in Nigeria requesting for extradition of Abba Kyari to the United States to answer to some criminal allegations. If that's not important, all they needed to have done is to come to Nigeria and rendition him by force. So this is a very important subject that I think Nigerian public should avert its minds to. And the second one I want to point to is the what I have seen as the reluctance of the British government to exact her diplomatic influence over this matter. Nnamdi Kanu is a dual citizen. At the very best, he's a dual citizen. As the very worst, he had publicly renounced his Nigerian citizenship. But let us assume, for purposes of this conversation, that he's a dual citizen of Nigeria and Britain. That does not justify Nigeria renditioning him in this way. Britain wouldn't have renditioned him as well. Britain has a public policy against extraordinary rendition that dates back to 1984, when Nigeria attempted to rendition Omar Diko. It didn't succeed, but it drew countervailing and strong diplomatic responses from Britain. Britain cut diplomatic relations with Nigeria for 2 years. They arrested 17 persons, convicted 4, who served between 6 to 8 years imprisonment in UK, and they were subsequently deported. And the Nigerian aircraft that was going for the mission, was interdicted in Britain. So that sort of response is what we expect could have occurred in this situation of Nnamdi Kanu. Whether into, I don't know. I don't know what they are doing, covertly or otherwise. But we haven't seen any strong actions by the British government towards the direction of protecting the rights of their citizens, as in Nnamdi Kanu.
The allegations still they say the sponsors of Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB, then some day Nigeria, some day abroad. How you go take react to this story where they fly up and down?
Well, talking about sponsors, I think all sponsors should be named. They should start by naming the sponsors of Boko Haram from even before the present government came to power. The sponsors of Boko Haram were well-known government. They said it themselves, even recently, that they know the sponsors of Boko Haram. Why are they not naming them? So let us have a situation where you name sponsors of everything. You don't just make a wide allegation of sponsors without naming names. Name names.
You get people where their business don't scatter, they don't lose money because of all the katakata where they happen for Southeast region and even Nigeria at large. Waiting your client Nnamdi Kanu gets to tell this Nigeria.
You see, what is going on here, which I don't want the media to be hoodwinked into playing a part, is this trial by ordeal. Nnamdi Kanu here, Nnamdi Kanu there. What about ISWAP, Islamic State in West African Peninsula, that now possesses a weapon that's civil aviation in this country? There have been media reports recently, credible media reports, that Nigerian security or Nigerian government had to pay certain humongous amount of money to retrieve a projectile or some kind of a missile possessed by the terrorists that down any civil craft, including that of the president. And we were here thinking Nnamdi Kanu is the problem of this country.
Return the greetings of the
problems of
leader of this.
I can tell you that's of good authority. Let him very well and keeps an open mind. We'll be seeing him viewing solutions, not problems. The problems of this country are bigger than what we are talking about. Him, the poster boy for all the problems of the country, is the most unfortunate thing that has happened in recent times. It is trial by ordeal. If you want to solve the problem of this country, you start from the head. The fish rots from the head, and we know where the head of this country lies. Then when you get past that, you go to the real terrorists. Boko Haram, ISWAP, which enter war and declare the terrorists. How can Nigeria be isolated in her declaration of IPOB as a terrorist organization and no single nation in the world has followed to do the same thing? It's a very, very topical question that should be put out there. People should think about it. Instead, countries all over are doing the opposite. They are saying IPOB is not a terrorist organization. That means Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not a terrorist. So this prioritization of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a singular problem this nation is facing is witness to what is structurally wrong with this country, Nigeria of the present era. It is wrong. It shouldn't happen.
So if you be Nnamdi Kanu na in no day here, but we dey see you now as Nnamdi Kanu mouthpiece, wetin you go tell Nigerians wey don suffer one loss or the other? How you go dey comfort them?
Well, the thought is given to Nigerians is very simple. Tell your government to listen to voice of reason. That's how he puts it. That voice of reason is to conduct a referendum. That's what he's been saying all along. Nothing else. And that very position he has taken root, not only in Igbo land, in Southeast. He has supporters, millions of supporters across South. And it's also garnering supporters in middle Nigeria and even up in the north. Nnamdi Kanu is the voice of the downtrodden. Anybody, in fact, he represents, the voice of justice. So if you listen to him and as a government and keep an open mind, what he is saying really is not something that should threaten the state. It's something that in the end will benefit everybody. So it's not something you levy a war of attrition against, whether it's a judicial or prosecutorial war or military war. It's something that you call him to the table and engage him constructively, ask him questions. How do we get to saying yes? He's not a lone voice in the wilderness. He represents the voice of millions of people that cuts across Nigeria.
Nnamdi Kanu dey for DSS and try to go on. Yes, everything still dey on as usual. Which people wey dey support Nnamdi Kanu for Nigeria? Where dem dey?
It's very
business wey dey do wey be say even as if dey for the hand, things still dey go on.
It's a very good question. If by everything that is going on, you mean the civil sit at home, the overwhelming of the civil sit at home, that's what by everything that has been going on while he's being detained, that underscores that he's in charge. That underscores his popularity. That underscores his influence and reach. Underscores the legitimacy of what he demands. He's in incarceration. He's incarcerated. But look at what is going on. People are sitting at home on their own, voluntarily, civilly. And you want to ignore that? And you think you can subdue it by what? The only way you can deal with that is to talk about it.
My last question for you. Still that Thursday, I hear as the supporters wait from court after they sing, they happy as everything they go on for court. They still talk say that election, November 6th, say they no go. Why then they talk like that?
Well, them see talk say, me, I they still the talker. The most important things in this country are not being talked about. Why are we married to elections within a system that is so dysfunctional that even your elections are highly questionable? That's what I think Nnamdi Kanu seems to be saying. So it goes beyond the election boycott or this mantra of no elections. He's instead saying there are issues that are more important than elections that need to be addressed first. Why this obsession with the elections within a system that is so sick, so dysfunctional, that when you deal with these issues first, elections will come naturally without any let or hindrance.
Now that they are denying the fact that Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in their place and also handed over to Nigerian government. But I can assure you that by the time we finish with them at the international court, they will not remain the same. What's important at this stage, and I've already made known to the world, is that he was arrested at the airport on the 19th day of June 2021. And he was taken to an unknown residence. That is a fact. He wasn't taken to a custody, and they recognized the official custody of the police over there. He was taken to an unknown residence where he was subjected to inhuman treatment. Nnamdi Kanu was tortured, maltreated, and beaten, mercilessly beaten. So these are facts within our knowledge, confirmed by him too. So after spending 8 days in their custody, illegal custody, they now beckoned on the Nigerian counterpart to come for him. And by the time they came, Nnamdi Kanu was apparently unconscious at the point they came to pick him. He was unconscious, he was lifeless at the time they were about to take him to Nigeria. So, and consequently they brought him here. So now, to tell you the level of their conspiracy and the desperation to get him jailed at all costs by enemies. They brought him here on a Sunday, and the federal government is fully aware that I'm the lead counsel to Nnamdi Kanu, and there's a charge against him before the court. Subsisting has been going on because after invasion of his premises on the 14th of September 2017 by the Nigerian military and soldiers, who killed over 28 persons in his house, and by act of providence he was narrowly escaped. We filed an application before the court for an inquest into what transpired in his house on the 17th of September 2007 to inquire as to what happened in his house, what led to disappearance. And we are still in this process because that is fundamental. This is a person that has expressed to the world that he is ready to come for his trial on October 14th, 2017. He wasn't planning to leave the country. He wasn't planning to run away from the trial. He was ready to come for the trial on October 14th. Matter was stated for commencement of trial. Then on September 17th, his house was invaded. So to tell you that the government was ready at the time to prosecute him because they have no evidence to establish even the charge preferred against him till even day. So they went after his life. Now it's compelling on the part of the court to inquire what happened to this person I granted bail. What led to his disappearance? Then surprisingly on the 28th of March 2019 when the matter came up for shorties to show cause why they will not be committed for contempt, why they were unable to produce Nnamdi Kanu. That was the proceedings of that day. The court gave an order invoking his bail. Then we said no, because the court should be bound by his records. We said no, and we filed application to get that vacated. Since 2019 to date, the matter had severally come up before the same court, and the court was not inclined to hear this application to vacate the order. And the worst thing is that the federal government has not filed any response to this application before the court. Not filed a response in counter to application they never vacated. They were not interested. What they are interested is to how to get in the Kano at all means available to them. So now he was brought into this country on Sunday after being detained, maltreated, subjected to all forms of inhuman treatment, and inflicted with severe injuries on account of handcuff that lasted on his house for over 4 hours till before he was brought to court. And you can see him on handcuff in court on that day. Those injuries are still there, and a number of medical issues he's having today on account of what was the kind of treatment that was to him. So they took him to court on a Tuesday. Labaran Tribal Labaran, who is the counsel that was in court on that day representing federal government, is fully aware that the CFI age of 4 is the lead counsel in this matter. And I've been in court with him in all cases affecting Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. He never extended the courtesy of informing me that that my client was arrested, was abducted, because in this case he wasn't arrested. So they won't get to that bridge to cross it. He was abducted and kidnapped from Kenya and brought into this country. So now he didn't feel it confident. He didn't feel confident or didn't appropriate to inform me that my client was arrested and being brought to court on Tuesday. So that shows there's a collaboration between the government in question, as it stands today, and people who are appearing before them. Because if I thought there was any element of iota of transparency what they're doing, is compelling on the part of the AG, not the lawyer representing the Federation, to inform me that they are coming to court on Tuesday, so I can come to court and see my client. I don't know what happened, and this is quite funny what happened. So on Tuesday, took him to court, and the court asked them, "Where is Barrister Jofor? Is he not in court? Is he not informed? Was not informed?" They said no. They arrested him and brought him to Abuja on Sunday, and the court today. So now there's an underlying fact that my clients will not get fair trial in that court. That's settled. The issue of fair trial has been taken away by this collaboration. But we keep on watching. We are going to see them in court. So that is what happened Saturday. I've seen him, and he has given me every information and detail about what transpired in Kenya, how he was arrested, how he was taken to a non-destination, and how he was maltreated, how they nearly killed him over there. And it's obviously from what he told me that it was at the behest of the federal government that they were doing those things. So until when they beckon on them to come, these are against an obvious infraction to all international laws and treaties. So, but at that level, we are addressing it. We are going to address an international court at that level. So, let me concern myself what's happening in the country. So, it's obvious from every indication that my client will not get a fair trial in this court. Obvious. Until when the contrary is established. And now, Nnamdi Kanu was granted in prison custody. Let me underline this fact. Long before he was granted bail, he spent over 2 years in custody before he was granted bail. The court itself is aware that he was in prison custody before he was granted bail. And at the point he was in prison custody, Nnamdi Kanu never at any point in time made any effort to leave the prison without the judicial process. Now they remanded him in DSO custody, where they made it near impossible for his relatives. He's under a debilitating health situation. He has a medical condition that needs to be addressed as quick as possible. Because it's only a living that can face trial. So this I can stop at this time. You will recall that on the day he was taken to court, that was last week Tuesday, Nnamdi Kanu was allowed to address the court because I was not in court. I was not in court. So that enough shows you that's the problem. Nnamdi Kanu is not a lawyer, and he has no competent to address the court. He must address the court. Because if needful was done, I would have been in court to address the court, and also apply to the court that he should be remanded in prison custody. So that is a clear violation of his constitutional right to welfare trial. So because I was not in court, he was allowed to address the court. So that shows you that is what to eat and meet the eyes. Because they have, Labaran has my number. The office of AG has my number. They have simply put on call a call across to me that they've abducted, whatever they call it, they transfer it as my client somewhere in Kenya and brought him to here. And I take him to court on Tuesday to continue trial. Then I'll be in court on Tuesday. And also convince the court on the reason why he should be sent to prison, to correctional center. But in this case, the court allowed him, which is abnormal, which is unethical, allowed him to address the court. Why should court be asking him why you don't know when I'm not there? We have an application before the court which contains his affidavit on oath, supposed to before a commissioner for oath in Israel, stating the facts of what transpired in his house on September 17, September 14, 2017. How he nearly escaped death. How he was ready to come to court on 14th of October 2017 to face trial. Then these are before the court, and court never entertained it. Court never entertained it. These are record black and white before the court. Court has never entertained this application before the court. So I will be craving the court or at any adjournment for the court to hear it. Because it's fundamental to his fair trial, to the right. The court will hear and understand what transpired in his house. That's very fundamental. Then the court is now allowed to address the court on these facts, which are already before the court. So that's area that's why I'm entertaining fear that we will be granted a fair trial in this court. So now, coming to what's happening in court, the matter has now been adjourned to 6th of October, to 6th of July. Let it be clear to everybody. You never jump bell. Because if the federal government was serious about prosecuting Nnamdi Kanu, if they are serious about prosecuting him, they will allow him to come to court on September 14th, 2017, October 14th, 2017, to face his trial. Are you telling me that soldiers that invaded Nnamdi Kanu province are not from Abuja? Are they acting under the instruction of someone in Abia State? The answer is no. They came from Abuja, they have the instruction of the federal government to go to his house. So, and they are fully aware that Nnamdi Kanu was scheduled to be in court on October 14th. And in one of his broadcasts prior to the invasion of his premises, he told the world that he's coming to court with over 1 million members of IPOB. He informed before the court told the world. So when they allow him, if they have any case against him, to come to the court on October 14th, probably at the end of the proceedings, they will arrest him. So he never jumped down. This is a person, okay, assuming without considering to the fact that they will succeed in killing him on 14th of October, September 14th, when they invaded his premises. Will you be talking about his trial today or not? The answer is no. Because it's only a living that can face fire, and nothing more. If he was abducted, the succeeded in abducting him on that day they invaded his premises and killed over 28 persons, civilians or uncivilians, then we should be talking about what they're saying today. So, but by act of providence, he will never escape being killed. So these are people who are fully aware that he was scheduled to be in court on October 14th for the trial. And in Abuja here. So why can't you wait for him to come to court if any case against him? So, and we have supplied the court these facts. We have supplied the court circumstance that led to his disappearance from court. We have informed the court and convincingly that Nnamdi Kanu was ready to start his trial. But for the fact that his life is under threat. So the court is under compelling obligation to listen to the application before him. Let me say this to you, because it's important for us to inform you appropriately. And whatever I'm saying today to you, I will furnish you with documents to that effect, black and white. Before the date slated for his trial, the federal government, acting to the Attorney General of Federation, filed an application to vacate his bail, to vacate his bail, right? On the premise that he has violated his bail condition. This application was filed in black and white and served on me. And I responded to that application because it's a matter for court to decide. We cannot at this stage, at that point in time, or probably during that period, determine when Nnamdi Kanu violates his bail condition or not. And also, I want you to appreciate the fact that I had also filed an application to validate their bail condition before they file their own. So this is a pending application before the court. The court for the court to hear my application to validate his bail condition, hear the one filed by the federal government that he has violated the bail condition, and also hear the one I filed in reply to what the federal government filed, stating that Nnamdi Kanu never violated his bail condition. So they're supposed to hear those because it's under a duty to hear that application and make decisions. In the course of this discourse, First of all, there was a clear collaboration between the Kenyan government and Nigerian government. I'm happy now that they are denying the fact that Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in their place and also handed over to Nigerian government. But I can assure you that by the time we finish with them at the international court, they will not remain the same. What's important at this stage, and I've already made known to the world, is that he was arrested at the airport on the 19th day of June 2021. And he was taken to an unknown residence. That is a fact. He wasn't taken to a custody, and they recognized the official custody of the police over there. He was taken to an unknown residence where he was subjected to inhuman treatment. Nnamdi Kanu was tortured, maltreated, and beaten, mercilessly beaten. So these are facts within our knowledge, confirmed by him to us. So after spending 8 days in their custody, illegal custody, they now beckoned on the Nigerian counterpart to come for him. And by the time they came, Nnamdi Kanu was apparently unconscious at the point they came to pick him. He was unconscious. He was lifeless at the time they were about taking him to Nigeria. So, and consequently they brought him here. So now, to tell you the level of their conspiracy and the desperation to get him jailed at all costs by enemies. They brought him here on a Sunday, and the federal government is fully aware that I'm the lead counsel to Nnamdi Kanu. And there's a charge against him before the court, which has been subsisting has been going on. Because after invasion of his premises on the 14th of September 2017 by the Nigerian military and soldiers, who killed over 28 persons in his house, and by act of providence he was narrowly escaped. We filed an application before the court for an inquest into what transpired in his house on the 17th of September 2017 for court to inquire as to what happened in his house, what led to disappearance. And we are still in this process because that is fundamental. This is a person that has expressed to the world that is ready to come for his trial on October 14th, 2017. He wasn't planning to leave the country. He wasn't planning to run away from the trial. He was able to come for the trial on October 14th. Matter was stated for commencement of trial. Then on September 17th, his house invaded. So to tell you that the government was not ready at the time to prosecute him because they have no evidence to establish even the charge to file against him till even date. So they went after his life. Now it's compelling on the part of the court to inquire what happened to this person I granted bail. What led to his disappearance? Then, surprisingly, on the 28th of March 2019, when the matter came up for shorties to show cause why they will not be committed for contempt, why they were unable to produce Nnamdi Kanu, that was the proceedings of that day. The court gave an order invoking his bail. Then we said no, because the court should be bound by his records. We said no, and we filed an application to get that vacated. Since 2019 to date, the matter had severally come up before the court, the same court, and the court was not inclined to hear this application to vacate the order. And the worst thing is that the federal government has not filed a response to this application before the court. They not filed a response in counter to application they vacated. They were not interested. What they are interested is to how to get in Nnamdi Kanu at all means available to them. So now, he was brought into this country on Sunday, after being detained, maltreated, subjected to all forms of inhuman treatment, and inflicted severe injuries on account of handcuffs that lasted on his house for over 4 hours till before he was brought to court. And you can see him on handcuffs in court on that day. Those injuries are still there, and a number of medical issues he's having today on account of what was the kind of treatment that was meted out to him. So they took him to court on a Tuesday. Labaran, Tribal Labaran, who is the counsel that was in court on that day representing federal government, is fully aware that the CFA Agent 4 is the lead counsel in this matter. And I've been in court with him in all cases affecting Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB. He never extended the consistency of informing me that my client was arrested, was abducted, because in this case he wasn't arrested. So the one who get to that bridge will cross it. He was abducted and kidnapped from Kenya and brought into this country. So now he didn't feel it confident. Didn't feel confident or didn't appropriate to inform me that my client was arrested and being brought to court on Tuesday. So that shows there's a collaboration between the government in question, as it stands today, and people who were appearing before them. Because if at all there was any element of iota of transparency what they're doing, is compelling on the part of the AG, not the lawyer representing the Town of Election, to inform me that they are coming to court on Tuesday, so I can come to court and see my client. I don't know what happened, and this is quite funny what happened. So on Tuesday, they took him to court, and the court asked them, "Where is Barrister Jofo? Is he not in court? Was not informed?" They said no. They arrested him and brought him to Abuja on Sunday, and he's caught today. So now there's an underlying fact that my client will not get fair trial in that court. That's settled. The issue of fair trial has been taken away by this collaboration. But we keep on watching. We are going to see them in court. So that is what happened as of today. I've seen him and he has given me every information and detail about what transpired in Kenya, how he was arrested, how he was taken to a non-destination, and how he was maltreated, how they nearly killed him over there. And it's obviously from what he told me that it was at the behest of the federal government that they were doing those things. So until when they beckon on them to come, these are against an obvious infraction to all international laws and treaties. So, but at that level, we're addressing it. We're going to address an international court at that level. So, let me concern myself what's happening in the country. So, it's obvious from every indication that my client will not get a fair trial. It's obvious until when the contrary is established. And now, Ian Nikano was granted in prison custody. Let me underline this fact. Long before he was granted bail, he spent over 2 years in custody before he was granted bail. The court itself is aware that he was in prison custody before he was granted bail. And at the point he was in prison custody, Ian Nikano at any point, there was never at any point in time made any effort to leave the prison without the judicial process. Now, they remanded him in DSL custody, where they made it near impossible for his relatives. He's under a debilitating health situation. He has a medical condition that needs to be addressed as quick as possible. Because it's only a living that can face trial. So this I can stop at this time. You will recall that on the day he was taken to court, that was last week Tuesday, Nnamdi Kanu was allowed to address the court because I was not in court. I was not in court. So that enough shows you that's the problem. Nnamdi Kanu is not a lawyer. And he has no competent to address the court. He must address the court. Because if needful was done, I would have been in court to address the court. And also apply to the court that he should be remanded in prison custody. So that is a clear violation of his constitutional right to welfare trial. So because I was not in court, he was allowed to address the court. So that shows you that is more to eat than meet the eyes. Because Labaran has my number. The office of AG has my number. They were simply put on call across to me that they've abducted, whatever they call it, they transfer it as my client somewhere in Kenya and brought him to here. And I take him to court on Tuesday to continue trial. Then I'll be in court on Tuesday. And also convince the court on the reason why he should be sent to prison, to correctional center. But in this case, the court allowed him, which is abnormal, which is unethical, and it address the court. Why should court be asking him why you don't know when I'm not there? We have an application before the court which contains his affidavit on oath, deposed before a commissioner for oath in Israel, stating the facts of what transpired in his house of September 14, 2017. How he nearly escaped death. How he was ready to come to court on 14th of October 2017 to face trial. Then this are before the court, and court never entertained it. Court never entertained it. This are record black and white before the court. Court has never entertained this application before the court. So I will be craving the court or at any adjournment for the court to hear it. Because it's fundamental to his fair trial, to the right. The court will hear and understand what transpired in his house. That's very fundamental. Then the court is now allowed to address the court on this fact, which are already before the court. So That's area that's why I'm entertaining fear that you will be granted a fair trial in this court. So now, coming to what's happening in court, the matter has now been adjourned to 26th of October, to 6th of July. Let it be clear to everybody. You never jump bail. Because if the federal government was serious about prosecuting him, if they are serious about prosecuting him, they were allowed him to come to court on September 14th, 2017, October 14th, 2017, to face his trial. Are you telling me that soldiers that invaded Nnamdi Kanu province are not from Abuja? Are they acting where they acted under the instruction of someone in Abia State? The answer is no. They came from Abuja and have the instruction of the federal government to go to his house. So and they are fully aware that Nnamdi Kanu was scheduled to be in court on October 14th. And in one of his broadcasts prior to the invasion of his premises, he told the world that he's coming to court with over 1 million members of IPOB. He informed before the court know the word. So why did they allow him, if they have any case against him, to come to the court on October 14th? Probably at the end of the proceedings, they were arrested. So you don't bow. This is a person, okay, assuming without considering to the fact that they succeeded in killing him on 14th of October, on September 14th, when they invaded his premises, will we be talking about his trial today or not? The answer is no. Because it's only a living that can face trial, and nothing more. If he was abducted, they succeeded in abducting him on that day they invaded his premises and killed over 28 persons, civilians or uncivilians, then we should be talking about what they're saying today. So, but by act of providence, he will never escape being killed. So these are people who are fully aware that he was scheduled to be in court on October 14th for the trial. And in Abuja here. So why can't you wait for him to come to court if there are any case against him? So, and we have supplied the court this fact. We have supplied the court circumstance that led to his disappearance from court. We have informed the court and convincingly that Nnamdi Kanu was ready to start the trial. But for the fact that his life is under threat. So the court is under compelling obligation to listen to allegations before him. Let me say this to you, because it's important for us to inform you appropriately. And whatever I'm saying today to you today, I will furnish you with documents to that effect, black and white. Before the date slated for his trial, the federal government, acting through the Attorney General of Federation, filed an application to vacate his bail, to vacate his bail, right? On the premise that he has violated his bail condition. This application was filed in black and white and served on me. And I responded to that application because it's a matter for court to decide. We cannot at this stage, at that point in time, or probably determine when Nnamdi Kanu violates his bail condition or not. And also, I want you to appreciate the fact that I also filed an application to validate their bail condition before they file their own. So this is a pending application before the court. The court forgot to hear my application to validate his bail condition, hear the one filed by the federal government that he has violated the bail condition, and also hear the one I filed in reply to what the federal government filed, stating that Nnamdi Kanu never violated his bail condition. So they're supposed to hear those applications. It's under a duty to hear that application and make decisions in the course of this discourse. First of all, there was a clear collaboration between government and government. I'm happy now that they are denying the fact that Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in their place and also handed over to Nigerian government. But I can assure you that by the time we finish with them at the international court, they will not remain the same. What's important at this stage, and I've already made known to the world, is that he was arrested at the airport on the 19th day of June 2021. And he was taken to an unknown residence. That is a fact. He wasn't taken to a custody, and they recognized the official custody of the police over there. He was taken to an unknown residence where he was subjected to inhuman treatment. Nnamdi Kanu was tortured, maltreated, and beaten, mercilessly beaten. So these are facts within our knowledge, confirmed by him to us. So after spending 8 days in their custody, illegal custody, they now beckoned on the Nigerian counterpart to come for him. And by the time they came, Nnamdi Kanu was apparently unconscious at the point they came to pick him. He was unconscious, he was near lifeless by the time they were back taking him to Nigeria. So, and consequently they brought him here. So now, to tell you the level of their conspiracy and the desperation to get him jailed at all costs by enemies. They brought him here on a Sunday, and the federal government is fully aware that I'm the lead counsel to Nnamdi Kanu. And
onye gburu Nnamdi nọ na be ha ogbo ya egbu Nwachukwu ogbo ya egbu onye ga-eri ya ogbo ya egbu onye hụrụ Nnamdi nọ na be ha ogbo ya egbu onye ga-eri ya ogbo ya ga-eri ya ogbo ya egbu onye ga-eri ya asị onye ga-eri ya asị onye ga-eri ya asị onye ga-eri ya onye ga-eri ya Nwachukwu onye ga-eri ya asị onye ga-eri ya onye bugwana ya asị onye bugwana ya asị onye bugwana ya asị onye bugwana ya asị onye ga-eri ya onye ga-eri ya Nnamdi bụ Nwachukwu asị onye ga-eri ya onye bụ Nwachukwu onye bụ Nwachukwu Nnamdi bụ nwanne Nnamdi bụ nwanne onye ga-eri ya onye ga-eri ya
to me, not today, not tomorrow, that make me to abandon Biafra. When we started to remember our heroes that have passed on, they said we are wasting our time, that we will never succeed, it will never catch on. But they keep forgetting one simple thing, that the foundations of IPOB was anchored on the promise of Chukwukika Biama. Yes. That this very noble family, this very great movement was not instigated nor started by any human being. It is the handiwork of Chukwukika Biama. And that is why we remain indestructible. That is why we remain indivisible. That is why nobody, no matter who you are, can dent our resolve and our determination to restore Biafra in this life.
Man from the heavens, that's what you are. Man from the heavens.
And you will not pass Ozioma Chineke. Okay, Zipazo. Willie Obiano. Devil Mahi. Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi. These are the people that the Fulanis gave to you to rule over you. They started it with Ohaneze in 1976. Every leader you have had until the coming of IPOB, anybody who's ever stood up to proclaim the defense of our people, we are planted there by the Fulani North. But you wouldn't know. That is why when they close down Iguacha Seaport, they will not speak. That is why when they close Iguacha, you don't hear anybody saying anything. That is why Calabar Seaport is not functioning. That is why Warri Seaport is not opened. That is why we are being to travel abroad. That is why no industries are opened in our land. Because they have an agenda. They have a plan. They want to depopulate our land. They want to demoralize us. They want to decimate us. They want to render us hopeless and useless.
God forbid. Abomination forever.
But IPOB said no. Chukwukika Biama, the set up IPOB, said that is why we must remain resolute and determined. That is why we must not falter. Yes. Doubt nor allow our resolve to be undermined. Yes. We must remain resolute. Yes. We must remain determined. Yes. Because one thing is certain. As night follows day, so shall Biafra be restored. Yes. Therefore, I say unto all of you gathered here today, that the forces fighting IPOB is many. Those that want us to fail are more powerful than we are. They are more resourceful than we are. They have more money than we do, and they are determined to keep us as their slaves. But it will never happen. Those chains of bondage and of slavery has been broken by IPOB.
Forever.
That is why Biafra will come. And that is why the events happening here today in Atlanta, Georgia, United States of America, we will also back home to talk about it. We will all sit in the land of Biafra to talk about days like this. We shall sit in the land of Biafra to tell our children what we passed through.
Perfect. You know,
because
they backfired on them. There is no way you can conduct the election and then you start having those numerical 1, 2, 3, 8. No, it just doesn't happen. It has never happened. And when you try to deceive people, you always make a mistake. And those places they put those are those places they say nobody voted, and then they give you an exact description of where those things occurred. But they never gave you a description of where the ones, the twos, and the threes occurred. But with pictures we have, all those places were empty. And then with the ones you have, they say 2,000, 3,000. You did not show the voters. All they do was counting votes. And we watched it. This is a perfect deceitful country where nothing works. And you're subjecting innocent people to punishment in the pretext that you're conducting an election. If the result you want is not achieved, then you have to find it. Let us say that Abga won with how many votes? I think 20-something votes. And they'll tell you it's close enough. Now, the next thing they'll tell you it's been rigged. We will not accept it. Exactly, that's what's happening. When the Anambra people say we don't want Abga, then the candidate for APC is telling you Anambra people want APC, that no other party is supposed to win. Therefore, the election is going to be nullified, and then the INEC say yes, it's going to be nullified. The implication here is that Anambra will go under APC, whether you like it or not. They have put the wheel in motion. Regardless of what they published as the result of the election, IPOB didn't give a damn. But our duty is to let you know that when we tell you stay away from something, make use of your life, be safe, we know what we're talking about. The numbers released, did they show you the coverage of the voters? No. Did they show you where the voters lined up to cast their votes? No. If you add up the voters, both of all the whatever number they are, either 8 or whatever, and they got thousands, let them show you the photos, the videos where they lined up to vote. You saw them. They were in the green buses. And that's the information they shared with you. For any anybody with integrity that will accept this charade, you have your problem coming to you. I hope it doesn't boil down to massive slaughtering of people of Anambra, and which they are already doing. That brings me back to the point I mentioned about the bodies, heaped bodies of Biafran youths. We are not being realistic. To these political candidates, you are not being realistic. When you fail to mend your community, when you fail to mend, protect, and be very vocal against all atrocities committed, you are not doing your job. You have no business contesting or running for any candidatorial post. Safety first. But that is void in Biafra land. Quest for political activities have overshadowed safety, common sense, and judicious application. What is wrong with us? If you're running for a gubernatorial post, what will you do with it? Your people are dying. They are slaughtering your men, the youths that will replace you, the youths that will save you, the youths that will carry your gene further. They are slaughtering them. And it's as if you're not ashamed. You are running around that you are conducting election. For the mere fact that they are committing these atrocities is a very strong point. You will say, we are going to run for any office, any election until you stop killing our boys. Nobody did that. Nobody said that. Rather, they are telling you, oh, conduct the election. Run the election. As you're running the election, they are killing your people. Does that show that we have common sense? Does that show that we understand what our leader is saying? Does that show that we are in control of our mind? Evidently not. In any community, in any environment where safety is absent, why are you conducting fast election? For who? Who will enjoy your post when your children are being murdered? Genocide is going on in Biafra land. And these people are not talking. These people are grammatically possessed. They come. They speak the grammar. But the sickness is still there. For all intent and purposes, for all kind of perception you might have about politics, for the mere fact that you participated, I don't care your party, for the mere fact that you are from Biafra land, you are a Biafran and you participated in that election, shows that you have no clue about what is happening to your people. Your quest, your interest supersedes that of your children, that of your community. You don't care about them. If you people are men of integrity or women of integrity, you will not proceed with that election. You would have not. let me say, if there is a kind of violence erupting through recount and not just recount, overturn of the result, what have you achieved? The money spent would have done some good for the poor. No, they did not count that, put that into consideration. The ones that took the money around to buy, you did not take that into consideration. The policemen you put in there, you did not put that into consideration. The money is there, just waste it. Borrow and waste it. And then when Biafra comes, he says, we shared it. We did not share anything with you. Anybody lending you money, loaning you money, is doing so at their own risk. If the international body can see the videos coming out of the Biafra land, and they are not talking, may I tell Biafrans that you will wait for these people to dictate to you how your behavior will be? Because to any of them in their society and they spare you, you cannot carry out any kind of shooting in a public place and they spare you. They will arrest you in the next 20 minutes and charge you to court. These are the people that are telling you something different, and they are watching you die. But are we really, if we can emulate their democratic principles, if we can emulate their environment, if we can emulate their judicial system, if we can emulate their social life, if we can emulate everything, why can't we emulate the principle of safety, respect for human life? That is the backbone. And then, if these are their criteria for being civilized, if they can civilization and the claim they have given us, why are they watching Biafrans being genocidally eliminated and they're not saying anything? And this is where I want you to weigh the interest of those that make you, and then the interest of you that is the oppressed, interest of you that victim. Which one comes first? Upon all that you're seeing happening to you and your children, they give you a decision, you take it. This perception of obeying, taking instructions of whatever the whites say. You cannot say, no, this is our problem. This is the situation. We are going to solve it to our fullest satisfaction. They are watching you kill yourselves. They are giving you the arms and the ammunition to kill yourselves. And lo and behold, we are doing exactly what they want us to do. Then your only option is to any African leader, any African that is enlightened, trying to preach to you, you eliminate. That is the brain, the mentality of Africans. Any upstanding African that has morale, and is morally fortified, they act like they're with him. The next thing, he's dead. In a mysterious way or through violence. They're telling you that they can't watch to see you blossom in the world that belongs to them. And there are people, all these political candidates that participated in Anambra, they are typical example of the lost grown-ups. Those you say are enlightened, they are elites. Those that you say are intelligent, those that you say are well learned, You see the field they are playing in. And that's why I pose you the question. If they are not self-centered, if they are witnessing the constant killing of Biafran men, have they checked out themselves to see if they are men themselves? And what awaits them when Eswa takes over? Have they thought about that? No. They are still thinking about how they will be siphoning the money and watch the police, the army, or the bandits kill their own people, and they will relax. Go home. Check the village, how many young men they have killed. Every day, 15, 20. 15, 20, 30. 10, 5. All coming out from a village. And then the village sprayed with bullets. And you're there, what are you contesting for? If the previous governor is there, didn't save anybody, didn't do anything, didn't criticize, didn't call the government to attention, did not ask the police who gave you the power, did not ask the army who gave you the authority, who are you acting on his behalf? And then you have the one they actually pick to say, enable us, help us eliminate your people. And there he goes wobbling his mouth. Appointed governor, agent of the Fulanese. Then you say, IPOB, call off the boycott. We have no interest in the election because we know it is a sham. We know it will not work. We know you're going to rig it, and you've already rigged it. And if you cannot accept the outcome of your election, why did you conduct it? You have never accepted the outcome of any election held in Nigeria. It is only the INEC that will overturn it. And who is the INEC? APC. You never learn. You never follow history. And you after Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. If you don't call it off, we are going to lose the election. And okay, it is not the first time. 2019, the same thing. Prior to that, the same thing. Always trying to see how you can blame Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. Oh, if you go and catch him, we will conduct the election. You have conducted the election. Now you are crying. Who is right? Ahmadike is right. Our leader, His Excellency Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, is right. Bribery and corruption, the order of the day. Even international travelers know. Once they step out from the plane, oh my God, this is a rotten country. And that is where you belong. Why am I emphasizing on this? This is how Biafra has been kidnapped. This is how Nigeria have been kidnapping Biafrans, killing them because they want to be free. As we speak, it is still ongoing. Whoever made that tweet should go back and read what he or she tweeted. Okay. will send information where got it, and they need to be corrected. They continue to do what they did. After all they killed, Biafrans, listen very carefully. What you are witnessing is a clinical way of killing people. The Mercy Way was waging of war with shells, with bombs, with armored vehicles. You're shooting, you have a war front. But in this case, what the war will say, the minimal war front. So they go into the villages and start killing. The second genocide is happening. Whoever you're calling is not with you. Biafrans, I'm stressing this to you because Harold Wilson, I have repeated this thing so times for people to hear it and understand it. Britain is evil. We are trying not to insult them, but the truth is a different story. We must tell the truth. If it hurts them, then let them change their ways. They are evil. I will not stop to the extent of calling them criminals, killers. I have my proof. And they're still doing it as we speak. I was shocked that after like during the war, you didn't see much news coming out except the voice of Biafra and Okokondem giving us news. But the brain behind the war, we never knew, because we all seeing Britain as a Christian country and doing things for us. We being from the south, and especially Biafrans being Anglicans and Episcopalians, like you might call it, Baptists and all whatnot. This is the section of the political participants. The Prime Minister, Harold Wilson. This is what he said about you. And from time to time, I will bring it out and repeat it to you. So if you are here telling me you are running for APGA, telling me you are running for PDP, you are not visiting history. Rather, history is visiting you. The dead bodies of 500,000 Biafrans will not force British to change her policies concerning the Nigerian Civil War. You get it? I have read this fully several times. The dead bodies of 500,000 Biafrans will not force Britain to change her policies concerning the Nigerian Civil War. Hence, they continue to send the Saladin, the ferret, the machine guns to kill Biafrans. Why? Because the same Harold Wilson is telling you they cannot be alive to see Biafrans turn to Japan with their resources. If you leave them, you have Japan in Africa. These political contestants, if this is the policy they have for you, if this is the way they view you, if this is what they think about you, why are you participating in this election? Wouldn't your first duty will be to safeguard your people, to campaign and let these Fulanis leave your land? And you have somebody that will lead successfully to that, you put him in prison. Now, who is the slave master? And who are the slaves? I'm not chastising anybody because I know people didn't come out to vote. But for those that came, what were you trying to achieve? For the mere fact that you came out to vote, what were you trying to achieve? Will your vote count? You have participated in the plebiscite, and then they will overturn it. Biafrans being killed. You're waiting for the world to come and save you. We will continue to watch. You can watch as much as you want to. Anybody watching the abduction of our youth, what is your what's your reaction? Do you know how to protest? Do you know how to revolt? Biafrans don't. We are so loyal that our loyalty is sending us to our graves. Even a criminal is killing you. You are loyal to that criminal. You don't want to react that they won't call you a bad person. You're not a bad person, but they're killing you. Then why don't you be bad? So that they'll stop killing you. If you can't protect your people, you're not living. These people have a policy instituted, and these policies are being carried out without any restraint, not minding what your reactions will be. Your people being killed, and you are not reacting. If we can tell you, yes, we are going to support you in your election, I think we are naive. We must be misguided. But all we told you is we know what the action, where the result will be. We know what you have in mind. based on past results, statistics, evidence, you will be able to predict what the future action will be or what the future result will be. You have seen it. They have started hinting to you that they are going to reject their own election they conducted. See, that's what they do, and that's what they do best. And their masters, the creators, those that groomed them on election fraud, are sitting by the wayside watching to see if those they groomed, if those they trained are doing their job perfectly. Help eliminate Biafrans. Oh yes, they are doing it, they are carrying it out. And all we do is watch. What have we gained from the situation? What have we gained? I don't know. And I don't think we can be able to explore the remnants of our children, the remains. I'm using those terminology for you to know how bad the situation is. Those remaining, if we will be alive to explain to them what happened. They are witnessing it. And how do you think they will coexist after watching the same Fulanis kill their parents? Then the men that are left, you kill them off. Then impregnate their women and they give you birth to Fulanis. How can they coexist with your remaining children, whose name they will change? These are the things that happen. In other places they occupied, in other places they took over. Hatred. Hatred. This is what happened during the war. Sometimes we revisit, we tell you how these people committed the genocide, how it happened. The way Biafrans were slaughtered, even in Asaba, even your one Nigerian chanting did not save you. All laws with regard to human rights were violated during at the presence of the British reporters. They know it. They never reported to the international community.
Matthias Khan. Matthias Khan. Can you ask him if he's a Biafran soldier? Are you a Biafran soldier? I'm not a Biafran soldier, but I can show you the place where they're there, but I'm not a Biafran soldier. What happened to him now, Captain? I'm going to take him to our HQ. He's a rebel, Biafran soldier. But you're not going to kill him? No, don't kill him now. You're going to interrogate him, are you? Yes. So you're not going to be killed, you're going to be okay. Alright? You'll be alright. They're not going to kill you, you see. They're going to just take you prisoner, and then they will feed you. Is that right, Captain? You'll give them food? I give everything. What are you waiting here for? You don't know what Biafra they do us. You know the robots. I'm not civilian and I'm looking for my parents. That's why I have seen my parents. Yes, I've seen my parents because we have gone to one Nigeria. Because we have gone to one Nigeria that killed my parents. They have killed my... Let it bug out. Look there. Just show you what it is.
Is it different from what you are seeing today? Is it the same crime being committed in broad daylight? The same crime being committed. You had the British reporter, very in a derogatory way, telling, "Oh, you will not kill him." Is that right? You say, "Yeah, okay." You're gonna feed him, yeah, and he lives. He did not go 3 steps away, and Matthias Kano was shot and killed. It's by Britain. The fact is that they conduct interviews as if they are neutral with their BBC acclamation as a world news body. They lie, and people believe them. People buy into their lies. Even when they were reporting the war, they were also passing information to the government. These are the Biafrans. This is their strength. This is what you need to overwhelm them. But at the same time, they are telling the bombers, the fighter jets, the location of the markets, and you think they are covering the war. And their version is the BBC Igbo service, who will never come where atrocities are being committed, but will only show up whenever anything about Biafra is mentioned. But when it comes to the point where Nigerian atrocities are mentioned, BBC Igbo service will not show up. Media. Who are we killing? Nobody. Who are they killing? Us. What is our crime? We want to be free. We want to live life, full life, as human beings. Is that a crime? Why is it that they don't want you to be happy? Because they have your resources. They are living off your resources. And anything that will interrupt their lifestyle will not be accepted. Therefore, whatever it takes, they will do it to be happy. Whatever it takes. Now you see how this is coming around in circles. They don't care. They are in charge. They instituted the policies going on. Katrina Lang is the one piloting it. And we are watching. They send the information back. And we watched it. Hatred. Full hatred.
One thing I've noticed, Premier, while I've been here, is that Northerners seem to have, I might almost call it obsession about the Igbos. Could you perhaps explain that to me?
Well, the Igbos are more or less the type of people whose desire is mainly to dominate everybody. If they go to a village, to a town, they want to monopolize everything in that area. If you put them in a labor camp as a laborer, within a year they will try to emerge as headman of that camp, and so on. Well, in the past, our people were not alive to their responsibilities, because you can see from our northernization policy that in 1952, when I came here, there weren't 10 northerners in our civil service here. Then I tried to have it northernized, and now all important posts are being held by northerners.
Is this policy of filling all key posts in the north solely with northerners and not with other Nigerians a temporary or permanent one?
In actual fact, what it is a northerner first. If you can't get a northerner, then we take an expatriate like yourself on contract. If we can't, then we can employ another Nigerian, but on contract too. This is going to be permanent, I should say, as far as I can foresee, because it will be rather dangerous to see the number of boys who are now turning from all our learning institutions, coming out with having no work to do. I'm sure whichever government of the day might be, it will feel rather embarrassed, and it might even lead to bloodshed.
Doesn't this damage the idea, sir, of all people, regions in Nigeria being fellow citizens of one country?
Well, it might, but you are, new to our region, but how many northerners are employed in the east or in the west? The answer is no. And if there are, there may be 10 laborers employed only in the two regions.
What Bello said was mostly true.
Why then do you engage in political deception that you are one Nigeria? I have given you key points as to how you are being deceived, as to how our people are being murdered, their policy, the policy they instituted, and you've had those interviewing them. They know about the policy and they are carrying it out. But you're busy talking about politics. Will all these political candidates, after hearing this, still believe that they are working for one Nigeria? And the guy is telling you the policy will be on for foreseeable future. For the foreseeable future, it will never stop. It will continue. And our people act like they don't know. Our people act like they have never experienced these one-sided decisions imposed on us. And we are still talking about one Nigeria. The important post they are occupying. And as we speak, they are. And if they want to act like they're helping you, they put your people there. For a few months, they remove them. And then put their own. As if we don't know. We know. If we know, what are we doing? What are our reactions? How are we protesting? No, we are not protesting. Rather, we will engage in political game with them. You are voting. You are voting for who? You want to be governor of who? A governorship where you cannot be able to execute any policy, carry out any policy. From Biafra land, you cannot talk. And the army, the police, they all give you command as to what to do, and you say you're a governor. And you are running to occupy that post. But your only person that is standing tall, able to talk, able to defend you, you have him arrested. Are we actually thinking? Are we actually realistic as to our fate? These are the things they have done to us in the past. And that's what they're doing at present. The bodies of our people being slaughtered, heaped, dumped in public square. Then the governor will tell you the mortuaries are full. Come and claim your bodies. Bodies of those you say they are IPOB. These are young men that have done nothing. These are bodies of people that have done nothing to you. All you do is catch them, charge them, call them IPOB, and you kill them. Why are they against IPOB? Because IPOB stands for justice. IPOB stands for the deliverance of Biafrans from the hands of tyranny. What will the other people be doing? Come, ensure that our leader is released. For the foreseeable future, they will continue to occupy the post. And nobody questioned them. The president, not. The Senate president, North. Speaker of the House, North. Chief of Staff, North. SGF, North. INEC Chairman, North. Chief Justice of the Federation, North. President Court of Appeal, North. EFCC Chairman, North. President Federal High Court, North. National Security Advisor, North. Chief of Army Staff, North. Chief of Air Staff, North. Controller of Customs Service, North. Defense Minister, North. Managing Director Port Authority, North. Managing Director NDIC, North. Controller Prison Services, North. Controller of Immigration, North. Controller of Fire Service, North. Highest looters, North. Richest man in Africa, North. 85% of petroleum marketers in Nigeria, Northerners, but they don't have oil field, no whatsoever. 80% of oil block owners in Nigeria, Northerners. 99% of beggars in Nigeria, Northerners. 99.9% of Amajiris, North. Highest rate of child marriage, North. Boko Haram, North. Fulani herdsmen, militia, terrorism in Nigeria, North. 90% of Nigeria past president, head of state, North. Yet the poorest states, North. Now, fuse this to the speech made by Bello. For the foreseeable future, the North will be at the head. And then what they do is shoot, blaster you with gun, and they're telling you you're one Nigeria. For those of you that participated in a political jamboree, you never addressed the issues of security, and told you would have never, for the fact that you even stepped out to contest, even for you never condemned the atrocities committed in your towns. always Biafrans. Always Biafrans. What are our crimes? What have we done? Leave us, let go on our own way. No. For the fact that you cannot understand that this is a way to eliminate you, you will not. Just as we speak, gunmen invaded Bonny community, killed over 17 persons. Yes, that's all we do. Pick up the pieces. The mutilated bodies, we pick the pieces up and go and bury them. And tomorrow we engage in election. And then our people will come and start talking nonsense. Oh, people, there was no election in Anambra. Supreme Court will decide the Obiano's successor, APC. The All Progressive Congress, chairman of in Anambra, Basil Ejidike, has called for the cancellation of the yet-to-be-concluded governorship election in the state. Ejidike, in a statement Sunday night in Oka, accused all the Progressive Political Alliance APGA of rigging the election in connivance with corrupt-minded INEC officials. Empty accusation. But one fact is this: we are not interested in your election. We don't give a damn, because we know it is a sham. We know our people's lives are in danger. And whatever you do, you have yourself to blame. Our people will see what you have done. Our people will see how you betrayed them. Our people will see how you did not defend them. Rather, you handed them over to the Fulanis. That's been our fate. That's been our situation. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. This is live broadcast from Radio Biafra, USA. May I inform our listeners the time changed, so you'll be wondering the difference in the broadcast time. And then there will be fundraising too for our people, the ESN, and I don't know, it is what we feel it is. Okay. There will be Zoom meeting Saturday, November 13, 2021. Time 2 p.m. Meeting ID is 865-109-78996. Passcode is freedom. Is fundraising. Okay. It's for legal fee and security fundraising. So that's what it is. And the account name is IPOB Liaison Group LLC. Account number is 707-750-763. The SWIFT code is CHASUS33. The Zelle is IPOB Liaison Group. That is IPOB-grp@yahoo.com. Phone number is 1-818-201-8884. So, legal fees and security fees. If you want to contact people, you contact Ndidi Awurum, the Mountain Regional Coordinator. The phone number is 1-313-587-3044. Or Babachi Joke, Pacific Regional Coordinator, plus 1-818-201-8884. Tochukwu Igwawusi, Eastern Regional Coordinator, plus 1-617-291-6179. And Samson Ememado, the Central Regional Coordinator, plus 1-872-242-0417. The guest speaker, the guest honor is Chike Doziem, Madam Nene, and host of IPOB Worldwide, HOD. Chief host is Lady Chinyere. So, that's it. Call her your name and where you call from.
Hello, Mazanos here.
Good morning from here.
Good afternoon from here.
Welcome.
I'm Mazin Wanko. I'm calling from Iceland.
Welcome.
In fact, you have said it all. It's up to fellow Biafrans to decide and know what they want to do. Because this slavery, we cannot take it anymore. And then that is why the IPOB is telling the zoo government that we are no more a part with them. We are to go. And freedom is what we are asking for. It's not a crime. So all we are standing and saying is for them to free our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, because he committed no crime. They are the one that committed the crime. And they accuse him of what he did not do. So I am telling the whole world that they must support the freedom of Biafra and pretend to leave us alone, because they have been killing us. Up till now, they are still killing us. They are the one that trains us to kill our people. They cannot refuse it. They cannot refute that they are not the one. They admitted. And then the world is keeping quiet. For be it known that God Almighty will judge them. They think that God is sleeping. But God is going to judge them of their evil they have committed or meted against Biafrans. And for them to understand that this time around, we have come to take our land. And we have come to possess our possessions. Because it's the land of our ancestors. They cannot take it. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. And they are Fulani tools that they are using. And that's why they put them in every government parastatals all over Nigeria. And both of them are controlling. So but we are telling them that enough is enough. And we cannot take it anymore. Biafra we need, and Biafra we are going to get. And nothing more or nothing less. Thank you, Mazi Anoze, for giving me this opportunity. And say, Almighty God, bless you and keep you for us. Bless
you too. We all in it together. This is where we're headed, and anything short of freedom is waste of time. For all these people that have failed to expose the things we are going through, I think they are doing us disservice. They are doing the people great disservice. People, you want to do something, you come here, you say you are playing politics. Our environment does not need any political activity. We need the referendum. We need to be free. We need to be able to make our homes very, very safe. Children should enjoy life, to know what life is all about. You cannot from childhood, you start being slaughtered. And then they present you with hardship. Caller, your name and where you calling from.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ada. Welcome.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning to all my brothers and sisters. Good morning. Mazi, I've posted a few things this morning. There is something that looks like an ice block that is damaging our young men and our women back home. And that thing, they call it in Ulum. So I am begging my brothers and my sisters, if you're in the business of selling this drug that is condemning our young men and our daughters, I ask that you please stop and engage yourself in other businesses that will better our nation. If we damage all these young men, now we're in a period of war. Let's say if that war comes, who will fight this battle? It won't be our damaged children. Then there is a trend going on this morning. The DSS, one in Enugu, I'm reserving the name so that leadership will know how to handle it. But one in Enugu and few other places where they are abducting our daughters. So I don't know what business DSS has to be adopting our daughters. Now it's from men, now they're going to adopt our women. And so everybody be on alert. This is not a time to sleep. Just don't sleep in your house. It's like Ogenju told us few months ago. It won't be comfortable for us to be sleeping in strange houses, but it's a period that we have to do that. And those people that own those taxis that are enabling these people to pick us up, I wonder what you will gain. You use your taxi and abduct your own, and then they are paying you to kill your own. Eventually, when they kill all of us, they will come and get you and kill you. So that's what I have done, Marcelo. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I will send you an information that you will follow up. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
The call number is +1 484 767 0848. +1 484 767 0848. Live broadcast from Radio Biafra, USA. It is fortunate that people will be jeopardizing their lives, will not have the brain to think when they consume chemicals.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Simon. Good morning
from America.
Good morning from here.
I just I don't know what you're talking. So let me say something. This thing has come to my mind many times about what our sister talk about issue of this Mary. This thing is crystal. This is methamphetamine, and this is not good for us. Please, I want to ask our brothers. Please, this thing is not meant for our consumption. Please, if you are selling it to the children, mostly back home, you are trying to destroy our young generation. I don't know if you want us to be having this problem the North is having, because the North is having the problem, different type of drugs. Why are we doing this in our home? Please, you are trying to destroy our generation. I know you are making your money. You are looking for your money. But hey, that is somebody else's children. I want to talk about some people. I don't know what these people want. Like what I have said this thing before, and I want to say it clear. Any of you calling me to do this, I am not doing anything. I don't know you. We don't know each other. What brings us together is this Biafra restoration. And if you are wrestling with the leadership of IPOB, you are wrestling with everybody. Please, if you know that you are not in line with what IPOB is doing, you can shift. Go and form your own. Do not use IPOB name. Do not call Mazin Nandikano. Start your own agitation first. That's what I want to say this afternoon. Mazin, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Ujapa San Marongwe or Biafra.
Thank you. The call number is +1 484 767 0848. People still have to adjust to the time change, and I know it threw them off. And we will not occupy the airspace that much today because there are some things that came up. Then I have to take care of some of those things. Our people, there's one good thing that came out of this election. They have learned to reject bribe. Their freedom cannot be bought. And if you can wake up and realize this, then that shows that you are beginning to understand the situation. Why our leader has been renditioned. You tell the truth. You say things the way they are. And then let the chief fall. You cannot continue to be afraid. You cannot continue to say, oh, this and that. Sometimes we have to actually call a spade a spade. These are young youths being kidnapped. We have given them the right to do it because we never challenged them. The culprits are these governors. I don't care whether they are sanctioned or not. They have bred this situation. They have created it. But not holding them responsible. In broad daylight, in today, 2021, going to 2022, people are being abducted, men and women, in broad daylight. Nobody's talking, nobody's challenging. And that brings me to the issue of our leader Mazin Namdekano. When he was raising these issues, what were they telling him? We don't want war. people don't want war. But you're already fighting the war. They're already kidnapping and killing you. But you're saying something like you cannot reason. Call out your name and where you're calling from.
Good morning, Madam.
Welcome.
Hello. My name is Chikumano. I'm calling from my location. Thank you, Madam, for your kind effort on this journey. Honestly, I don't know where to start and where to end. But one thing is this. Between 1950 to 1960, when Azikiwe was jumping up and down for Nigeria to have independence, what are people, my grandfather then and my father then, people are saying that it is better now to get independent from British. Because if the time continues going, there will be a time they will not, hello?
We are listening to you.
There will be a time they will not go again. Because they are killing people left and right. Everywhere is bloody. Unfortunately, some of us who are alive now have seen what happened in Nigeria during the time they say that Nigeria have got independence. Now what Fulani did is to hide under Fulanese. This is what is playing now. My questions to Igbo man, to all Nigeria, that is with Nigeria today, for at least once, to know that the British is your worst enemy. British are doing everything for their people to become a human. And they want Nigeria to remain slave for them. How long people will reason and know that the only way out is now to divide Nigeria, so that humanity will live and see good things happening. I don't know how black people used to become like this. I don't know. These people who are saboteurs, who are connecting people to destroy the movement of IPOB. My question to you, if you are a woman, if you are a man, and you don't want your people to be free because you were giving money, how many years are you going to live on earth and you destroy yourself, you destroy your children of one generation? Only how long are you going to reason as a human being? You are living in the whole culture of the whole world because Nigeria is against you. After wasting the whole money that you are going to school, wasting the whole money, you start trying to find a country that you will run to see how you will feed yourself. And our leader Nnamdi Kanu came up to save you. God sent him to save you, and you are against your savior. It is very, very unfortunate that up till today, somebody will be working to destroy himself. Who are you destroying? Are you destroying IPOB? Are you destroying Namdekano? Or are you destroying yourself? Black people. The worst black people living on earth is from Nigeria. And the fact that Nigeria, the worst of them is coming from Igbo land. Why? Igbo Nigeria. I'm saying Igbo Nigeria. In an election is the Megan. Melaniano. Ulebu Dunaga. The Fulani have destroyed Hausa complete. It's just like beans. Otoba anime, that's exactly the way Fulani. Fulani have destroyed Hausa complete. And that was arrangement between Hausa, between Fulani and British to make sure Nigeria, that place will remain the worst place on the whole earth. That is why they put one before they put Nigeria. One. This one they put across. Maybe it's possible that Nigeria will remain slave. All this one. Are you hearing me, Nazalobi?
Yeah, going to round up and.
So, what am I trying to say? Our people, save yourself. Work with our leader for your savior. Some of us are 70 and above. We have no much time to waste here. But some of you 30 and 20 and unborn. If you fail this opportunity, you will remain a slave forever. That is what you did to yourself.
Thank you, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazaloji. All this while you are working so hard. Chukwu Kabema will be your strength. Thank you very much. All hail Biafra.
All hail Biafra. This is the way we look at things. This is the way we see things. And we will continue to talk to our people. We will continue to let them know what the issues are. And it is for all of us to make that change. You know, making you aware and then effecting the change. So that's that. Like I said, I will be making a short broadcast today, so I will be going up the air. So tomorrow, I'll be on the air tomorrow. We have to pay very good attention to what our leader has been saying. The good ones, and that is the outcome of the mission our leader set out to accomplish. Those that have taken responsibility, they say they want him released, they will look into the matter. We don't have a lot of time. The crimes are being committed on our people. Those issues must be tendered and addressed. We can no longer continue to take casualties from Eswa, Fulanis, jihadists from all over Africa. We can no longer continue in the name of one Nigeria. It will not continue. If the Oduduwas can stand and they see the problem and they are mending their fences, why are Biafrans not doing the same? They are busy running around like the chicken with the head cuff, saying they are making election, conducting election, and they are not facing the issue right before them. We can no longer continue to stomach this. They can call you all names they want to call you. It does not save you. With your good name, they are still killing you. I think we must consider answering a bad name to be alive than answering a good name and dead. These politicians should make sure, that they're not playing with fire. But all your election practices have given you the same result. Then why continue? Why do you still do it? That's my question. Why do you still do it? I'm just short of words. And I'll continue to say all these things to the best of my ability. If we survive, that's for we all. That if we stay and let them eliminate us, so be it. So that's for we all. That if we stay and let them eliminate us, so be it. So that's for we all. That if we stay and let them eliminate us, so be it. So survive, that's for we all. That if we stay and let them eliminate us, so be it. So
all right, good evening, great Biafrans, wonderful people and beautiful people. This is Radio Biafra. Hello, Motherland, of course, coming to you live and direct this evening, the 12th day of October, 2021. The time standing at 6:33 p.m. here in Johannesburg. Of course, it should be 5:33 or thereabout p.m. in Biafra land. Motherland for that matter. And of course, the same minutes past the top of the hour, wherever you are. Of course, if you are listening to me this evening and it is 33 minutes past the top of the hour, wherever you are, trust me when I tell you we are live and you are hearing us direct. Make no mistakes about that. My name is Amazi Ikechukwu Onoha. I've come this evening with a message of truth. I've come this evening with a message of hope. I come this evening with a message from Chukwu Kikabiama to Biafran people. I've come I've come to awaken those who are sleeping. I've come to remind you who you are. I've come to remind you that we are great people. I've come to remind you that we are the sons and daughters of warriors. I'm talking great warriors. My goodness me. By the time I'm done with you this evening, you will remember who you are. Our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, has done fantastic job, trying to awaken us from sleep, trying as he can, of course, to teach us of whom we are, and this is what we call sanitization. But immediately our leader was incarcerated, many of us has gone back to sleep. But I tell you, this is the time to wake up. Now is the time to wake up. Trust me when I tell you what I've come to do this evening. Remember, it is University of Radio Biafra, a university like none other. Now, in a university, there is a vice chancellor, of course, which is Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He is our chancellor of this university, of those greatest of them all, Banom, the best of the university. Our chancellor is Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Now, when you have a chancellor in a university, you must have professors. You must have professors in English. You must have professors in history, you must have professors in mathematics, professors of science, professors, erudite professors for that matter, in all aspects, in all studies, in all discipline. And my name is Samazi Kechukwono, and I'm glad to announce to you that one of those professors, of course, I am professor of history, and that is what I am going to impart to you this morning. I am professor of history, I am professor of law. Trust me when I tell you that. And I have also my co-professors in this, or rather on this platform. We have a Professor Mazi Alozie. We have a Professor Mazi Ike Peters. We have a Professor Wachideke. We have Professor Jonathan Hausa Service. And we have a Professor Tarinami. And all the rest of the broadcasters. Those are the professors of this great University of Radio Biafra. And this evening, we are going to do justice. I want to open your eyes. I'm going to tell you something you already know. The only difference is that you have forgotten. That is what I'm going to do this evening. I call it a very important broadcast, a special broadcast for that matter, because I have not come here to talk. No, I have not come here, of course, to yap. I've come here to take your mind back, to remind you of whom you are, to remind you something that might have escaped your mind, something that might have escaped your memory. That is what I have come this evening to remind you. I am not coming here to tell you something new. No, I am telling you something that is there. Information that is at the tip of your finger. Information that is at the tip of your finger. When I say that, you have your phone with you, that's right. And when you Google, voila, you will have that information. But you don't know. You have forgotten. You have slept off. But thank God for Radio Biafra. Thank God for this platform. I'm trying as much as I can to be fast about it. Because in every lecture in a university, there has to be question and answer. But unfortunately, because of time, I may not have that luxury of answering all those questions. But I will try as much as I can so that I can take a couple of calls, if I may. But I will definitely try. But the most important thing is that lecture. This lecture I am going to tell you right now, or rather I am going to expose this evening, is very, very important. Trust me, it is very, very important, because the sons and daughters of great warriors have turned into cowards. The sons and great daughters of the greatest warrior of Ekumeku have turned into cowards. And I'm going to wake up your mind. I'm going to remind you how your fathers fought the British. I'm going to remind you of the great Ekumeku fraternity. I'm going to remind you how we stood up on our ground and said to the British, you will not take over Biafra land. I'm going to remind you, you know it, but it has escaped your mind. And that is why Fulani can come into our land and kill able-bodied young men, and they go down without even killing one Fulani man. And they go down without even killing one Fulani soldier. It is an abomination to our land. I believe you me when I tell you, our great ancestors of Ekumeku, they will be turning in their grave, watching their children. My goodness me. A lion does not give birth to a cat. A lion does not give birth to nonsense. A lion gives birth to a likes. That is why when a lion gives birth to a child, you will see that lion training that child, and that child begin to behave like a lion. That child begin to move around with the father, and that cat will begin to operate, begin to behave, learn how to kill, learn how to lay in wait, learn how to attack the enemy, and learn how to catch the enemy and turn them into pieces. Because that small cat understand that he or she is a lion, and he or she must take their place, because when the pride goes, the children will take over the pride. How come in Biafra land, the great sons and daughters of Ekumeku have become a laughingstock? Some say, well, we don't have a weapon. What kind of weapon does the Ekumeku have to attack the British? I'm asking you, what kind of weapon does the Ekumeku fraternity had when the British invaded? The British came with gun. Don't forget that. The Ekumekus had no gun. I'm going to open your eyes this evening. I'm going to tell you about the great Ekumeku. I'm going to tell you how we prevent British invaders from taking over Biafra land. If our fathers can prevent the British from taking over our land, how much more their children that are born in this scientific age? How much more their children that are born in this scientific age? How can you put your two hands in your legs and watch a Fulani man come and shoot you dead? Shoot your brother, shoot the other one dead, and you dare not take one of them down. It is impossible. It cannot be that the sons and daughters of the great warriors of Ekumeku will die without putting up a fight. I want to news like they killed 10 and we killed 20, because it is called self-defense. I don't care what anybody says or tell me. You don't have to wait for anybody to come and give you that authorization. You don't wait for anybody to come and tell you to save your life, because that life you have is one. If it's gone, it's gone. Do you understand me? If that life is gone, it's gone. You cannot go down without a fight. Whether you have a weapon or not, you cannot go down without a fight. We used to watch movies of those days. You see a soldier, they're about to kill him. His colleagues has run away. It is just him and 50 other enemy soldiers surrounding him, and they are busy shooting him. And he takes out a grenade and detonates the grenade, and he dies with those 50 enemies. That is how warriors die. That is how warriors go down. Warriors don't go down just like that by infidels, uncircumcised Fulanis. They descend on our land and they shoot on the sons and daughters of the great warriors of Ekumeku, and we die and they walk away a free man. Unbelievable. 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 I can understand that they invaded you. Maybe you are unaware that they came and they begin to shoot and begin to kill people. Now my question is, what the rest of village is doing? Are you going to allow them to go out free? Fine, we understand they've killed. Can't you block them from your village entrance? Can't you block them? There won't be a way for their car to get out. This is our land. Biafra land is our land, and it's time for us to take what belongs to us. We want to know who owns the land. Biafrans, I want to know who owns the land. Does the land belongs to you or to the uncircumcised Fulanese? Does the land belongs to you, or does it belong to the uncircumcised filthy animals called Fulanese? I'm asking. Answer me, the great sons and daughters of Ekumeku. My goodness me. This is Radio Biafra, Hello Motherland, and what I have come here this evening to do is very simple. I've come to lecture on the greatest of them all, the greatest warriors ever lived, Ekumeku. You hear Ekumeku, but I'm going to detail for you this evening what the Ekumekus have done, what the Ekumekus have achieved, how the Ekumeku protect our land. Do you know that if the Ekumeku did not stand up, the intentions of the invading British was to destroy, kill? It is not today that they have planned to eliminate us. It is not today that they have planned to destroy the trace, any trace of our people in that our ancestral home. But they always fail because there are men who were ready to fight with nothing. There are men who stood up and say, this is our land. This is the land of our ancestors. We cannot go down without a fight. We fought the British. Ekumeku fought the British. They held on. They held on for years immemorial. The British will never forget the Ekumeku. Have you ever asked yourself, why did the British hate us? Why do they hate us so much? It was because Kumeku, we are the only people in the whole world that have given the British a right for their money, for your information. No place in the world have the British and Her Royal Majesty the Queen struggled to take over the land than in Biafra land. And they will never forget Biafra. That's why they hate you. Oh boy, they hate you. Perfect. They can't understand a black monkey putting up a fight against them, because everywhere they have gone around the world, except South Africa also, because the Zulus gave them a run for their money. But Ekumeku stood up and said to Wabeke, not in this land, not in my lifetime. This is the land of our fathers. This is the land of our ancestors. This is the land that we are going to give over to our children. And who are those children? We! And we have turned into a wimp. We have turned into a coward. The next thing you will tell me, how do you expect me to fight them? They have guns, they have guns. Of course they have guns, but they have come to kill you, for goodness sake. I am not telling you to go to Lagos and begin to fight. I am not telling you to go to Abuja and begin to fight. I am not telling you to go elsewhere and begin to fight. All I'm saying to you is defend your motherland. That's all you have. Defend the Biafra land. That's all you have. My goodness me. My goodness me. Have you ever tried to go to a man, a very short man, tiny man, sickly man, no strength, no energy, and he has this beautiful wife, and you try, you are very big, very muscular, and you try to go and take this man's wife away from him? My God, do you know how he will fight? And you will begin to ask yourself, am I fighting this pain or something else? Because there is an anointing that will come over that little man. Because do you know why the anointing comes? Because he is trying to protect what belongs to him. He is trying to protect the only thing he has. He might not have money, he might not have mansion, but that wife is what he has. It's his, and there he allow you take it. You have to kill him first before he takes his wife. This is how he's supposed to be in Biafra land. This is how he's supposed to protect that land. You have to kill us first before you take our land. My goodness me, these are filthy Fulanis, uncircumcised for that matter, all the way from Futajelom. They descend on the holy land, the land of the rising sun, and they are killing indiscriminately. Kill them all, and nobody dare resist them. You will say, but Mazike, if it were you, what will you do? If I know I'm going to die, come on. If I keep quiet, I will die anyway. If I do something, I will die anyway. I might as well do something, people. I might as well take some down with me. I might as well make sure I fight. I wrestle with one, take his gun, and make sure and see how many I can go down with. That is how warriors down. That is how warriors die. Yes, I understand. They are well armed to the teeth, but they are coming to kill you anyway. Are you going to let them kill you? You are watching them, they are coming. You are watching them, you are coming. And in your mind, the two things is playing. I keep quiet, I die. I do something, I die. So, what you going to do? It is high time the Biafra youth, you get yourself together. Protect your land. Protect your village. They don't live there. You live there. You know the nooks and cranny. You know how to go, how to come in. You know the exit. You know the incoming. They only have gun. That's all they have. But you know more. In war, it is not he that has the gun that wins. It is he that has a better strategy that wins the war. This is Radio Biafra. And this is Biafra land.
This is Motherland.
Onye nwanyị na Chineke na nke pụrụ n'ihe niile. Onye na-enweghị ihe ọbụla nke ya onwe ya kere bụ ihe e ga-eji wee maa atụtụ n'ọbụ ya hiri ya. N'ihi na ị karịrị ihe asị na ịbụ. Akwa ndị nsọ nọ n'igwe wee na-ekpere gị ekpere wee na-abụ abụ onye aha nsọ gị. Akwa ndị mmụọ ozi na-agba oche eze gị okirikiri mgbe niile eze ebube dị ngọzi. Akwa ndị okenye ọrụ abụọ na-anọ ha na-atụ mgbe ọla edo na ala. Akwa ha niile sị na ịdị nsọ Chineke nna. Akwa ha sị na ịdị nsọ onye nwe anyị. Akwa ha sị na ịdị nsọ naanị gị bụ ọka aka. Onye na-enweghị mmalite na ọgwụgwụ. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ ihe nke ndụ. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya bụ onye kere ihe niile kere eche mana ọ nweghị ihe ọ bụla pụrụ ike ya. Onye nọ tupu mgbe wee malite. Onye ọ bụ naanị ya ka ha na-echu ebighị ebi. Naanị gị bụ usi niile nke ndị agha. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna. Ebughị mmadụ ebughị mmụọ mana ọ bụ Chineke nna ka ebu. Ụmụ gị gbapụrụ n'ụwa niile eze ebube dị ngọzi. Wee na-enye aha nsọ onye otuto n'ụzọ dị iche n'ụbọchị a. Anyị na-aja gị mma, anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye gị. Anyị na-ebuli aha nsọ gị elu. Anyị na-asị na enweghị chi ọzọ ewezụga gị. Anyị na-asị na enweghị ihe ọzọ kwesịrị ịkpụ isi ala nye ma ọ bụghị naanị gị. Anyị wee na-ekwu ma na-ekwupụta na-ekwupụta ihe ike na anyị anaghị efe arụsị. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna ka anyị na-erubere isi. Anyị wee na-ahụ ịhụnanya gị na ebere gị ma mma gị. Ndị iko gị na-ebe onwe nọ n'ụwa niile bụ ndị kụrụ n'ụbọchị nketa ka ha wee jaa gị mma n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị nro, agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ọchịchịrị. Ụwa niile na-efe ofufe onye na Chineke nna. Maka ha niile sị na-ede mma eze ebube, naghị eri nri na-ebere mmadụ. Ọ bụ na anụ otuto ka ị na-eri eze ebube dị ngọzi. Lekwa ka isi wee chebe ọbụla n'ufe nke igwe nke na-enweghị ọkụ nke ọ na-aga mana ọ bụ naanị gị na-enye ya nri n'ihi ịgosipụta na onweghị ọbụla karịrị gị Chineke. Ịja maka anyị na-aja ya jee kelee n'otuto na nsọpụrụ na mbuli elu ka anyị na-eji anya iru gị n'ụbọchị nketa. Anyị wee na-asị na enweghị chi ọzọ ma ọ bụghị naanị gị. Ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra enweghị chi ọzọ wezụga gị. Anyị nwere ike na-asụ n'elu n'olu nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ha bịa na okwukwe na okpukperechi nna nke ebere. Enweghị ihe eji eji, onweghị ihe ọ bụla mmadụ dị ndụ pụrụ isi na ọ bụ ihe dị etu a ka eji amatụ wetụ ya eri. Ịdị omimi wee karịa nghọta nke mmadụ dị ndụ. Ọ bụ naanị bụ elu ugwu bụ nke gị, ndịda bụ nke gị, aka nri bụ nke gị, aka ekpe bụ nke gị, ọwụwa anyanwụ bụ nke gị, ọdịda ya bụ nke gị. Oke osimiri na-erubere gị isi. Oke osimiri na-anaghị ntị n'olu. Ọ bụzi gịnị ka mmadụ dị ndụ bụ? Ọ bụ ya mere ihe niile nke anyị na-eme nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Echiche anyị niile, ntụkwasị obi, ebumnobi anyị niile, nzọpụta anyị niile, ebere niile bụ n'aka ịkọ n'ezi nna. N'ihi na ike niile nọ n'ọbara aka. N'ihi na ete n'ụbọchị nkata wee bụ ihe gbasara mmeso ọma gị eze ebube dị ngọzi. Anyị agaghị ikwupụcha ha niile tupu anyị wee na-aba n'ala. Ọ bụ ka ebere gị si wee dị. Ọ bụ ka ịhụnanya gị si wee dị. Ọ bụ ka ịma mma gị si wee dị n'ime ndụ ndị gị niile eze ebube dị ngọzi. Igwe na-eto uwe na-aja gị mma, na-agọzi aha nsọ gị, na-asị na onweghị ihe ọ bụla mmadụ dị ndụ pụrụ ime. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke bụ onye na-achị. Chifu eze ihe anyị na-abụ ụmụ anyị wee na-ajọ gị n'ụbọchị nketa ka ụmụ anyị bụ ụmụ gị na-ekpere gị ekpere wee na-aja gị mma, wee na-ebuli aha nsọ gị elu, wee na-arịọ gị nzọpụta gị amara gị n'ọma iko gị. Onye nwe anyị na Chineke na ka iwe gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka, wee zọpụta anyị n'aka ajọ ihe, ka isi wee zọpụta agbụrụ gị bụ Izrel n'aka ndị nọ n'obodo ikwu nsu bụ Ijipt. Ị ga-etinye ndị iro Biafra niile n'ụzọ ihere ka ha bụ ndị kụli ka ha wee buso ụmụ ha agha nna nke ebere. Akasị ha ga-aba ha n'ụkwụsị ebe ahụ ọnụ, ha ga-eburisi ụmụ ha nna nke ebere. Oche mma aga nke ha onwe ha wepụtara ka ha wee na ụmụ gị n'ihi eze ebube dị ngọzi. Ha ga-eji nke dị etu a wee na onwe ha n'iyi. N'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke na ha bụ ọka aka anyị na-akpọkwu aha nsọ. Ihe na nke anyị na-emewu site n'ihi nna nke ebere. Anya nwere ikike agba anụ ahụ ka anyị bụ. Anụkwa ahụ ka mmadụ dị ndụ bụ.
onweghị ihe anyị bụ n'ebe ị nọ ọ bụ naanị ka anyị na-efe wee na isere gọọmenti bụ onye anyị na-agba niile ọ bụ naanị bụ Chineke nna ezi ebube dị ngọzi na ruo mgbe ebighị anyị wee na-eto wee na-aja gị mma wee na-agọ gị nsị gị nna nke eberede aka wee nara aja ekpere otuto aja ịja mma nke anyị na-ebute n'iru gị n'ụbọchị nke taa n'ụwa niile o wee metụta gị n'obi na anyị bụ ụmụ gị ya metụ gị n'obi na anyị bụ ụmụ gị ka iwe si na ekworo na mkpagbu nke ndị iro wee weziga ndị gị ka ọ ga-abụ n'ikpete mazụ otuto niile na nsọpụrụ niile ịja mma niile na mbuli elu niile ga-adịrị sọsọ aha nsọ bụ onye kere n'igwe maka elu ụwa tupu okike abịa ma elughị mmadụ na ya ụchada igbe nọrụ mgbe niile ebibi ka anyị na-arịọ gị
ise. And of course, we must continue. This evening, I haven't even started. I trust me when I tell you I haven't even started because I have a lecture. What you heard, of course, was an interlude to what is going to happen because I'm sick and tired. I have two things that is worrying me. One is the fact that they come, they kill our youths. The second one is that they die without putting up a fight. You may say it's easy for me to say. No, but for the life of me, you have to defend your life. You have to defend yourself. You have to defend your village. Whoever comes into your village to kill you is an invader, a trespasser. He comes to take your life. Fight, Biafrans, fight! Even if you don't succeed, at least you have fight. And you go down like a hero. I'm tired of seeing able-bodied men laying on the street of Biafra land in a pool of blood. These are the men that even me cannot even confront one-on-one. Get yourself together. I am not asking you to go and fight somebody in their land. I am not asking you to go anywhere to Sokoto or whatever. All I'm saying is protect your territory. Protect your territory. When they teach you something, it comes a time when you apply your mind, when you apply strategy. It is not everything that they are going to tell us. It is not everything that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will tell you. It is not everything. He will tell you the basics. And then, of course, you use your mind. He's not going to tell you how to stay alive. To stay alive is your responsibility. To stay alive is your prerogative. To stay alive is your priority. You just have to do it. You just have to be alive. Whatever it takes. I can understand they invaded, they started at random, they kill. But those who are alive, you have to do something. You don't let them get away. You don't let them get away. They cannot kill all of you. Let them kill all of you then, and let's see what the world will say about it. But this whole thing about killing our youth systematically.